long time no talk. Just kidding. Just talked to y'all yesterday. How are you doing this fine? Oh, it's Friday. Friday. I'm doing quite well. Still like a little bit tired from the live. What did we do with that on Tuesday? 3 days ago, 4 days ago? I have a totally like brand new respect for streamers for sure. So y'all were adamant that you wanted me to come back and finish this book. I did kind of like I didn't like word for word read every single word, but I did kind of skim through to the end of the book to just kind of see what was in it because Sloan, I don't know if y'all caught that interview I did with him on his channel, but Sloan wanted to interview me, kind of like not really interview, but I guess kind of like sort of have me on to talk a little bit about the book. So I wanted to skim through those last few chapters, but I didn't read like every single word. It was more like a skim situation. And then as y'all know, other stuff has been going on. I do want to also, before we get started reading the next part of the book, I want to discuss an article that just came out from TMZ, but also, do y'all see my new merch? It says that surprise witness. This isn't going to be the final one. This is just a sample they sent me. I wanted it to be pink and it looks more red, but it says "We These People." And it's a real tree camouflage hoodie. It's very warm. But these are not for sale because I don't know if I want to make them with this color. It was supposed to be pink, but it kind of looks more red. But it says "that surprise witness" and the flag. Isn't it cute? Anyway. Okay. I haven't finished yet. Okay. So I want to show y'all this article. It came out 8 hours ago. Of course, it's TMZ breaking it. So that leads me to believe it is a Team Con push piece. But let me share the screen with y'all. Okay. So it says Britney Spears. Oh, okay. Britney Spears. And then it says lawyer ready. Can y'all hear me? My microphone was turned all the way down. Hold on. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? My microphone was turned literally all the way down. Hello, hello, hello. Can someone answer if y'all can hear me? My microphone was all the way down. I don't know how on earth y'all could possibly have heard me. That is weird. Okay. Anyway. Okay. So it says Britney Spears, okay, lawyer ready to settle with Jamie, but there's a big problem. So, okay. Today, recording this video, it is Friday, October 27th. If you're here for me to read the book, I am going to be reading the book. I just wanted to cover this first because I think it's important for the context of the whole story and the book coming out right now and stuff like that. October 27th, that's today, at 1 a.m. Pacific time, which was like 4 o'clock in the morning where I am. Lawyer ready to settle with Jamie, but there's a big problem. Britney Spears' lawyer has sent an email to the lawyer repping Jamie Spears. So Matt Rosengart sent an email to Big Sloppy, opening the door for settlement negotiations. Okay, so when I read that, the very first thing I thought was, I think this book might be being used as leverage in the legal battle, which I believe is something that I did say in that 6.5-hour live stream the other day. Like, one possible option is that this book was kind of pushed by these lawyers to kind of make Jamie and Team Con look like super bad. But I don't really know if that's, the case. I still don't. But it kind of looks like that might be what's going on if now all of a sudden it's like, oh, you want to settle? But TMZ is told by who? Jamie's lawyer wasn't having it, saying Rosengart blew it by waiting way too long. Two sources with direct knowledge, which who could this even possibly be? I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? Two sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ Matthew Rosengart's email opened with an acknowledgement that Jamie was in poor health, and this might be an appropriate time to acknowledge his alleged misdeeds during the conservatorship and pay Britney a sum of money so the legal dispute could be put to bed. One of his claims is that Jamie authorized the illegal surveillance of Britney, specifically her phone. But here's the problem for Rosengart. And this is something that a few of y'all have been saying. He never filed a lawsuit. claiming illegal surveillance and the statute of limitations has lapsed more than a year ago. Besides that, we are told Jamie's lawyer responded to Rosengart that he was dead wrong about these surveillance allegations. Jamie has made a demand for Britney to pay certain attorney's fees that he incurred connected with the conservatorship, but Rosengart says that is a no go. We've learned Jamie's lawyer actually offered a year ago to withdraw the claim for attorney's fees if Rosengart would withdraw his claims against Jamie, but Rosengart denied. He said no. So now, a year later, Rosengart seems ready to talk settlement, but we're told it did not go over well with Jamie's team because of all the threats and allegations. Now the case is set for trial in May. We're told that there is explosive evidence that would not be favorable to Britney. Beyond that, some of the biggest claims Rosengart has made will never go to court because the statute of limitations has run and because the conservatorship judge approved some of the expenditures that Rosengart is contesting. And then the TMZ propaganda piece says, sounds like an uphill climb. Now, a few of y'all have been saying for a while, you don't trust Rosengart and you don't like Rosengart. And in part because he is running out of time via, the statute of limitations to make some of these claims. And he's just basically sitting on his hands doing nothing. It is a main reason a lot of y'all do not like him. Now, some people, I think even legal professionals have come out. Thank you, Court Arad. Hope you ask for our theories at the end. If you're up for it. Yeah, let's see what our theories are by the end. And thank you for the super chat. He said he was a joke last year when he let the statute run out. Yeah, Anita, for example, and I have seen y'all saying this. Hello, Oklahoma Outlaw. And also shout out to all the members. I need to scroll through and give y'all your shout outs too. But Anita said, I said he was a joke last year when he let the statute run out on any kind of justice industry shill. And there were some people out here saying, no, the statute of limitations for this stuff has not run out because they did bring it up in court. It has been brought up. It has been, talked about or whatever. And to be honest, I mean, I know a little bit about the statutes of limitations and stuff, but each and every allegation or cause of action has its own statute of limitations. And then a lot of times the statute of limitations sort of like threshold is different based on the type of allegation being made, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's very, very like case by case, fact specific situation. But I did want to bring that up that now this book comes out and all of a sudden we're getting reports that Matthew Rosengart wants to try and settle. And we're also getting reports most likely from Team Con or from Alex Weingarten, aka Big Sloppy himself, informing TMZ. If I had to guess, I mean, the speculation, I have no idea. They don't tell us who it is, but I assume it is Big Sloppy that is the informant for TMZ. And it does seem like that is the theory they are going to go with. No, statute of limitations has run out, so you can't get any justice for Britney on any of these counts because you sat on your ass for too long and didn't do nothing. And if that's true, wow. I mean, I would just go so far as to say that's actually a bad lawyer. It's actually a bad lawyer. Unless Britney specifically said, do not press charges on him for this. But I cannot imagine, not press charges, but like, file a lawsuit. I cannot imagine she did say that because one of the only times we've ever heard Britney actually speaking about the conservatorship was when she spoke in June 2021. And she said unequivocally that her dad should be in jail. She said that the Team Con should be in jail and that she would like to sue them. So I can't imagine that she changed her mind immediately and said, no, don't sue them. And we still do have some disagreements over, did Britney write this book? Did she not? I am still on the fence. I am still on I don't know. I really don't know. I could see a bunch of different types of situations having happened and stuff like that. This behavior, Emily says, actually seems like he's working for the system and not his client. Yeah. And I mean, listen, his fees are probably getting paid. I do think that what happened, I need to look it up. something happened where he had said he wouldn't take fees for something. Let me see. Britney's lawyer will work for free. Maybe it was just like, okay. So it was reported in May. Let me show y'all what I'm looking at. Thank you so much, Abel. Is it Abel? Alexander. Thanks for all that you do, BJ. Looking forward to the second half of the book. I am about to get started on that very soon. And thank you for the super chat. Okay. Britney Spears. Oh, I didn't even pull it up for y'all. Let me show y'all. See, this is from May. Britney's lawyer works for free after receiving, well, yeah. It's kind of a funny thing to say, right? Works for free after getting 4 million, right? What was being reported? This was from May, and now we're in October. Offering services pro bono after being paid more than 4 million, reportedly received 4.2 from Britney between November 2021 and March 2023 alone. This was for the work he performed after Britney's conservatorship was terminated, and her court case is still ongoing. Despite the ongoing legal battle, Rosengart remains committed to fighting for Britney. In an exclusive statement to Page 6, he said, "We are very proud of our work of nearly 2 years and Britney's appreciation of it, and we will continue to fiercely fight for her." Rosengart has been instrumental. He was driving force behind Jamie getting suspended. Well, I think actually probably the Free Britney movement was the driving force. But yeah, Matt has played his part for sure. He also drafted a prenup prior to Britney marrying Sam, helped implement deals for her Hold Me Closer duet with Elton John. TMZ claimed that the singer's team pushed back. TMZ claimed that the singer's team, quote, pushed back over the hefty fees and that Spears' lawyer has now agreed to work for free for the rest of her case. Okay, so, and the one against TriStar. Okay, good. All right. He earned a lot less than Jamie's legal team. It pales in comparison to the 36 plus million that Jamie has been paid. Okay, so I don't know if it's reported that he's now working for free. Yeah, he I don't even think he can file anything without Britney telling him to. Yeah, I mean, this is a good question. Is he her only counsel on record? Kind of. I'm sure there's other like that Kyle Freeney lady or no, I think Kyle Freeney's actually yeah, I think Kyle Freeney is another one of her counsel of record or whatever, but all her lawyers are from Matt Rosengart's firm. So they're all working basically for him. Okay. Rabbit's here. Hey, Rabbit. I didn't see where she came in, but I see y'all saying it. Oh, hello. Everyone say hello to Rabbit. And if you don't follow her, she does some great coverage of a lot of stuff, true crime, current events, stuff like that. So what chapter did we leave off on? I remember we read like 30. Were we on 36? I think we were starting on 36. Let's just get started now. Make sure to like the video if you can. Could it be because Jamie and Lou wouldn't sit down for deposition? Sherry, I don't think so, because what it looks like is Jamie and Lou's lawyers want to still keep pushing forward. If they didn't want to sit down for a deposition, they would not want to keep going forward with the lawsuit. You see what I mean? We were on 34. Y'all, somebody's saying 34. I thought I ended it on 35 as well. Yeah, we read this part. Don't y'all remember reading this part about don't y'all hold on a second. I can't see like all the live chat on the StreamYard live. Let me see. Let me go into hold on. This is part of the problem when you go live. Oh yes, thank you, Instacart ad. Animal, thank you so much for the super chat. Exactly. Yes, I was ready to work for free. Okay, let's see. So y'all are mentioning. Oh, I see. I see what y'all are saying. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Don't y'all remember we read this part about Britney taking her dancers out? One of the only nights that I went out with a friend and others, including my dancers, for dinner, I tried to pick up the check for our whole party. The check was $1,000 because the group was so big, but I had wanted to take them out. It was important to me that they knew how much I appreciated how hard they worked. My purchase was declined. I didn't have enough in my allowance account, and I'm sure Lou Taylor was the one administering that, like she was, supposed to be doing for Janoris Jenkins. I mean, he really blew the lid off that whole thing. Y'all need to go watch that video. So I do think we did read that. Okay. So now we're going to move on to 36. Oh, one more final thing I wanted to mention before we jump straight into this. I saw some people saying like you're stopping too much, you're giving too much commentary, you're talking too much, stuff like that. Like those people seem to be very confused. This is not supposed to be an audio book reading. That's not what this is. If you want to hear the unadulterated text, there's an audio book that you can go and purchase with your money, or you could even probably get for free with free Audible credit. What I'm doing here is my commentary and reaction to the book. So the whole purpose of the video is me stopping and talking about my commentary and reaction. If you're trying to like just do this instead of reading the book, that's not the purpose, and that's not what it's set up to do. You should go buy the book. I understand people have moral quandaries, moral issues with buying the book. I had moral issues because I don't know who's getting the money for this book, who authorized the book, who wrote the book. But like I said, on the day I started reading it, the day it came out, I cannot know for sure, cannot know unless I read what's in the book. The only way to read what's in the book is to purchase it or to use one of your Audible credits for it. So if y'all don't want me talking and getting my commentary, you are certainly on the wrong video. That's the whole purpose of this video. That's why the audiobook is 5 hours long. And my, getting only to chapter 35 is like 7 hours long. It's because the point is like, I'm supposed to be stopping and telling commentary. Otherwise, what's the point? Y'all just want me to read y'all a free audio? That's not what this is. No, sorry. Okay. Chapter 36. One thing that brought me solace and hope during the time when I was in Vegas was teaching dance to kids at a studio once a month, and I loved it. Now, and there are a lot of pictures of Britney, not a lot, I guess, but there are some. There's various pictures out there of Britney teaching these kids in Vegas, and she does seem to really enjoy it. It's really not that hard. It truly is not. Britney seemed pissed when she said, I hope you like the quote book. I need so much for commentary. Trolls can quit me. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Okay. So then she says, then back in LA, not far from my house, I taught once every 2 months. That was one of the most fun things in my life. It was nice to be in a room with kids who had no judgment. In the conservatorship, people were always judging everything I did. The joy and trust of the kids, the age of the ones I taught, between 5 and 12, is contagious. Their energy is so sweet. They want to learn. I find it 100% healing to be around children. One day there, I did a turn and accidentally bonked a tiny little girl in the head with my hand. Baby, I'm so sorry, I said. Thanks so much, Katie, for the super chat. And welcome to memberships. A rare zebra. Hey, Miss Susie. Where's my members? Thank you, Katie. And also, y'all remember she did have like a dance performing arts camp for little kids back when Lou Taylor took over as her business manager. And then all of the money from Britney's charity, which was supposed to be supporting that camp for little kids, it got funneled into these weird Christian organizations, including Mercy Ministries, which has a track record of being accused of criminal activity. It's accusations, innocent until proven guilty, but it was kind of like shut down in Australia for similar reasons. So y'all do your own research on that, or go watch some of the first episodes of BJ Investigates if you want more info on that. But it seems like it has always been a part of Britney's philanthropy to help kids, performing arts, dancing, stuff like that. No, just general chat. She said, I felt so bad. So she hits this little girl on accident when she's doing a turn. I felt so bad that I got on my knees in front of her. I pulled a ring off my finger, one of my favorite rings, and I gave it to her while begging for her forgiveness. Miss Britney, it's fine, she said. You didn't even hurt me. I wanted to do anything I could to let her know that I cared if she was in pain and that I would do whatever it took to make it up to her. Looking up at her from my knees on the dance studio floor, I thought, wait a minute. Why are the people who are charged by the state with my care not half as interested in my well being as I am in this little girl? Because they're bad people, Brittany. That's why. I decided to make a push to get out of the conservatorship. So that's interesting. The very next thing, so it's like a space in the it's like a space. See, it's like this ends here and then there's like a space. And she moves to the next thing and says, I was ready to make a push, or I decided to make a push to get out of the conservatorship. So that's interesting. She talks about some of the most fun that she had at all during the conservatorship was this dance camp or this dance class that she would teach. And she accidentally bonked a little girl on accident with her hand, and she was doing a turn. She felt so bad, and she didn't even really hurt the little girl. And she was like, why are the people who are in charge of my care don't care about me like this? And it's literally by the state's order that they're in charge of my care. Like, that's just not adding up to her, you know? You know what I mean? So she says, I decided to make a push to get out of the conservatorship. I went to court in 2014 and mentioned my father's alcoholism and erratic behavior, asking that they drug test him. And I remember what happened at this time. I wasn't around at this time, but I've read like minute orders and I've read transcripts and stuff. And at one point, when Britney asked the judge, who at the time was still Reva Gates, the one who put her in the conservatorship, when Britney asked that judge to have her father drug tested and alcohol tested as a condition of being the conservator, do you know what that judge, Reva Gates, said to Britney or said out loud in court? Who is she to ask anybody get drug tested? That's how the judicial system at the Stanley Moss Courthouse works, and how they handled it when a victim of conservatorship abuse asked for her self-admitted alcoholic father to even just so much as pass a drug test to be in charge of one of the most famous and lucrative people's brands in the entire world. Who is she to ask? Who is Britney Spears to ask somebody else get drug tested? That's what the judge said. Yeah. Who does she think she is to ask Jamie Spears to get drug tested? Yes, that is what they asked. Yeah, that's how they act. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yep. After all, he was controlling my money and my life. But my case didn't go anywhere. The judge just didn't listen. And that's because she's in on it. She's in on the trafficking. That's why. What followed was a cloak and dagger effort to get my own lawyer. I even mentioned the conservatorship on a talk show in 2016, but somehow the party interview didn't make it to the air. How interesting. So she's trying to tell us she did make cries for help. All the while, people were saying, well, if she was in such a bad position, she would say something about it. She's telling us she started making a push in 2014. It took her almost 10 years to get out of this conservatorship once she, quote, decided to make a push to get out of the conservatorship. What followed was a cloak and dagger effort to get my own lawyer. I even mentioned the conservatorship on a talk show in 2016, 2 years later. That part didn't air. How interesting. Because they're in on it too. That feeling of being trapped contributed to the collapse of my romantic life. After a stupid fight, Charlie and I got so prideful that we stopped speaking to each other. It was the dumbest thing. I just couldn't bring myself to talk to him, and he had too much pride to talk to me. So she's kind of blaming the collapse of her romantic relationship with Charlie on feeling controlled. She said the feeling of being trapped contributed to the collapse of my romantic relationship. That was when I started working with two great songwriters, Julia Michaels and Justin Tranter. We would sit and write everything together. I had passion about it. It was the one thing in the 13 years of the conservatorship that I really put my heart into. And the fans had said that. A lot of fans had said that too. They were saying, like, even though Britney probably wants to get out of the conservatorship, Glory is her project. Like, that is her. And she really liked it. Some of the fans had said that. I remember some of y'all saying that. I worked hard on the songs, which gave me confidence. You know, when you're good at something and you can feel it? Yes, that is a good feeling, girl. You start doing something and think, I got this. Writing that album gave me my confidence back. And I've heard people speculate that. I do not have a whistle on in the background now. That must be something else. Might be on your end, or it might be a ghost, girl. I don't know. Okay, so she says writing that album gave me my confidence back. When it was done, I played it for my sons. What should I name the album? I asked. My kids are really smart about music. Just name it Glory, Sean Preston said. And so I did. Seeing the kids so proud of that album meant a lot to me. I thought, I'm proud of this too. It was a feeling I hadn't had in a long time. I released the video for Make Me, and I went on the 2016 VMAs to perform in support of it for the first time since 2007. So the last time she had gone on the VMAs was that performance that was basically sabotaged, and Justin was there backstage, and her hair extension person didn't show up and all that. That was the last time she went to the VMAs until 2016. So 9 years later, she went back to promote Glory. The first time I saw Hissam, the first time I saw Hissam Asghari, that's her now ex-husband, Sam, on the set of my video for Slumber Party, I knew I wanted him in my life immediately. So now they're going to give us this push. Now, I mean, it might be true, but it's another red flag for me. I'll just put it that way. It's my opinion. And of course, now my nose is going to start itching again. And some of y'all were like, oh my God, girl, just get a tissue. It's disgusting watching you wipe snot from. Girl, there's nothing running from out of my nose. There's nothing running. It just itches. And I think it's something in this microphone. Maybe it's dust mites. Maybe I need a new one. No, this thing started making my nose itch like the first day I ever used it. And the other one did too. It's something about this mic, I think. The chemistry between Britney and Sam was apparently insane in the beginning. We couldn't keep our hands off each other. He called me his lioness. And that's something I'm realizing about Britney Spears, at least in this book that's allegedly written by her, which jury is still out. It's something I'm noticing about this book is when she describes her relationships with men, it is all about the physical, like couldn't keep our hands off each other. The physical chemistry was so intense and stuff like that. And it's like, I do know that some people's love language is just like physical. So maybe, that's the case. But it almost also seems just from like the underlying tones and from like what I've seen, like how I've seen her boyfriends, for example, who was the one that grabbed her by like the wrist at the like people grab, like just how Sam Asghari would grab her by the neck and grab her by the body, like almost this sort of physical domineering. I'm not even saying in a bad way, just like physical, like physically protecting her, like physical. She might just like that. That's totally fine. But it's also possible that she has to focus on the physical aspects of these relationships because maybe these guys are not treating her as the intellectual entity that she really is, and they are just kind of being very physical. It's like, I don't know. I've had relationships, I have a bunch of relationships. I'm sure y'all have too. It's like some of them are more physical, some of them are more cerebral, some of them are more spiritual, emotional, right? Like each relationship you have kind of has a different vibe. But like for this book, it's just always about the physical chemistry. And I'm wondering if that has to do with the dynamic of like maybe the people who were allowed around her, or maybe just how people are. Maybe, I don't know. It's just something I've noticed. And I haven't really made up any decision on it. It's just something I'm noticing, thinking about. Yeah, it might be him treating her right and protecting her in your opinion, that's what it is. And that's why I even like literally said literally that. So could be that. Like, I don't know why y'all get so like, it's almost like y'all trying to fight. It's like you can't even have an opinion anymore. If it's not the same exact opinion as some anonymous person on the internet, it's like, nope, not allowed. Gotta fight. Gotta fight. It's just exhausting. I'm exhausted with y'all. Right away, the tabloids started to say that he was cheating on me. We had been and he was. He was without a doubt cheating on you, girl. He was. With that Morgan Osmond girl kissing her and doing all that stuff after it had been reported already that Britney Spears and Sam were dating. He did cheat on you. It's true, he did. I'm sorry, it's true, he did. We stayed with each other. I started to feel my spark returning. Then my dad decided he had to send me. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Then my dad decided he had to send me to treatment again because she tells us, let me highlight this part. She tells us why her dad sent her to treatment again. Hold on, let me highlight it. She tells us, girl, I don't really know who, what, why, and where. Because I had snuck my over-the-counter energy supplements. He thought that I had a problem. But he showed mercy and said I could be in an outpatient as long as I would go 4 times a week to AA. That's a cult. At first, I resisted. But the women I met there began to inspire me. I would listen to them telling their stories and I would think these women are brilliant. Their stories were actually very, very profound. I found a human connection in those meetings that I never found anywhere before in my life. And so at the beginning, I really liked it. But some of the girls didn't always show up. They could pick and choose meetings that they wanted to go to. I had no choice in the matter. Friends I met there might only go twice a week, or they would go to a morning meeting once a day and an evening meeting the next day. I was not allowed to switch it up at all. I had the same meetings at the same time every week, no matter what. And this was something that we did hear in her court testimony whenever she did speak on the June 2021 hearing. She said, all the other girls, she called them kids. She said, all the other kids there, they didn't have to go to every meeting, but I did. I had to go to every single meeting. Who would be the most likely ghostwriter? I've got words. I don't know if she's in here right now. Meg. She said it was a person named Sam Lansky. I have the Italian version of the book, and it doesn't have the rose. Some of the books don't have the rose. Did y'all know that? Also, before the book came out, I saw some reporting that said, and it might have been fake news, but it was like a quote from the book, and it was like, let me see, how do I get away with saying this here? Basically, what it was describing was Britney and Justin engaging in a certain activity for the first time. And Britney said, okay, you can proceed now. And then Justin apparently said, I have already proceeded. Like I've already breached the threshold. And Britney didn't know. And so people were laughing and making fun of it. Like, haha, Britney is like making fun of Justin's, you know what, whatever. And I don't remember reading that in this book. So I don't know. Maybe that was fake news. Maybe that was a part that, is there different versions? I don't know. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Okay. Okay. So Brittany was sent to a center, and it was because she had snuck these energy pills. After an exhausting run of shows, I came home, and my assistant, that's Robin, my mom and my dad were there. I think it's Robin. Time for your meeting. Oh, wait. I got to do his voice. Time for your meeting. My dad said, is there any way I can just stay home right now and watch a movie with the boys? I've never missed one meeting. Brittany says she said, I had never watched a movie with my kids at home in Vegas. I thought we could pop popcorn and have a nice time together. No, you have to go. I looked at my mom, hoping she would stand up for me, but she looked away. At that, and this part I highlighted in my skim. At that moment, I started to feel like I was in a cult, and my father was the cult leader. You were, girl. He was. He said, I am Britney Spears. This is so weird because there's like little hints she puts in, or someone puts in this book. Like like I was a member of a secret society or whatever, like I was in a cult. And it's like, okay, girl, just brush by that. They were treating me like I was beholden to them. And then she says in italics, but I was good. I thought, reflecting on how hard that I'd worked at those shows, I wasn't good. I was great. It was a line that would run through my mind repeatedly over the next couple of years when I thought about the ways in which I had not just met, but exceeded the expectations that had been set for me and how unfair it was that I still wasn't free. And this part, it's like, I want this to be her because I want her to be saying, I understood at that point I was not free. You know? Um, she just wanted something simple. Exactly. Cinema says, yeah, this part was heartbreaking. She just wanted something so simple. Popcorn and movies with her kids. You know? Uh yeah, it's starting to look that way. I mean, Britney said herself Slumber Party was based on Eyes Wide. Yeah. And was Slumber Party the one where, or was it Make Me, where they had filmed Slumber Party? One of them they had filmed, and it was like, it was so over the top, sexual, that they had to actually just reshoot it. Or like Britney was like, I don't want to do it, or something like that. They pulled the old Lou Pearlman. She's fine enough to teach kids, but not care for herself. Exactly. I'm Britney's exactly. Okay. I had worked so hard to keep up the schedule that they set for me, basically 4 weeks on, 4 weeks off. When I was on, I did 3 2-hour shows a week. And on or off, I also kept the weekly schedule they set for me: 4 AA meetings, 2 hours of therapy, and 3 hours of training a week, plus fan meet and greets and 3 shows. I was burnt out and I wanted to control my own destiny. They scrapped the version of her in the cage. Okay. Make me. They're saying, okay, y'all are saying that it is, oh, also work B? She didn't mention that. Y'all are saying it was Make Me they had to redo. Okay. One hairdresser caught a glimpse of my schedule and she said, "Oh, honey, what are you doing?" She had 2 little girls and was very maternal. I liked her a lot. "You think it's too much?" I asked her. "It's more than too much," she said. "That's insane." She leaned in like she had a secret to tell me. "Listen," she said, "in order to be creative, you have to have room for play in your schedule. It helps ground you to have that time for yourself. Hell, just to stare at the wall if you want. People need that." It must have gotten back to my father, what she had said, because by the next day, someone else was doing my hair. I never saw that hairdresser again. So people were kind of like trying to support her, but then when they would be removed. And that was the end of chapter 36. Yeah, imagine having to ask permission to watch a movie with your kids, and it's a movie from, I mean, and the person you're asking permission from is a person that's always scared you your whole life. Yeah, bye, girl. Can't be nice to be, or else you're gone. And I do think that anyone who was genuinely supportive of Britney and nice to her or compassionate to her did get removed from the circle immediately, with no notice or investigation. I think she was just plucked out. And it's probably because she was being recorded at all times, even though she didn't consent or know about it. Okay, 37. As performers, we girls have our hair. Oh, y'all are gonna like this part. Some of y'all have already said that you read this part and mentioned things about it. As performers, we girls have our hair. That's the real thing guys want to see. They love to see the long hair move. They want you to thrash it. If your hair is moving, they can believe you're having a good time. In the most demoralizing moments of my Las Vegas residency, I wore tight wigs. and I would dance in a way where I wouldn't move my hair on my head. Everyone who was making money off me wanted me to move my hair, and I knew it. And so I did everything but that. And even if Britney didn't write this book, I do believe that. I do. I believe that once she realized that it was just trafficking, that she just like did the very basic minimum. When I look back, I realize how much of myself I withheld on stage and how much by trying to punish the people who held me captive, I punished everyone else too, including my loyal fans, including myself. But now I know why I had been sleepwalking through so much of the past 13 years. I was traumatized. By holding back on stage, I was trying to rebel in some way, even if I was the only one who knew that was what was happening. And so I didn't toss my hair or flirt. I did the moves and I sang the notes, but I did not put the fire behind it that I had in the past. Toning down my energy on stage was my own version of a factory slowdown. Yeah, she like quiet quit. She basically quiet quit. As an artist, I didn't feel able to reach the sense of freedom that I had before. And that's what we have as artists. That freedom is who we are and what we do. I wasn't free under the conservatorship. I wanted to be a woman in the world. Under the conservatorship, I wasn't able to be a woman at all. It was different though with Glory. As the Glory singles rolled out, I started getting more passionate about my performances. I started to wear high heels again. When I wasn't trying so hard and I just let myself elevate as a star on stage, that's when it came across the most powerfully. And that's when I could really feel the audience is lifting me up. Promoting Glory, I began to feel better about myself. That third year in Vegas, I got a little bit of fire back. I started to appreciate the dazzle of performing in Sin City every night and the spontaneity of feeling alive in front of an audience. Even though I might not have been doing my best on stage, there were pieces of me that began to awaken again. I was able to tap back into that connection between a performer and an audience. I have trouble explaining to people who haven't been on stage what it's like to sense that current. Ugh, to sense that current between your physical body and the bodies of other human beings in a space. The only metaphor that really works is electricity. You feel electric. The energy runs out of you and into the crowd and then back into you in a loop. For such a long time, I had to be on autopilot. The only current I could access was whatever was inside of me that kept me going. But slowly, I began to believe in my capabilities again. For a while, I didn't tell anyone. I just kept it a secret. Just as I escaped into my dreams to get away from the chaos of my parents when I was a little girl, in Las Vegas, now as an adult, but with less freedom than I had as a child, I began to escape into a new dream. Freedom from my family and a return to being the artist I knew I had in me. Yeah, you should have narrated the Yeah, I would have definitely narrated the book, listened to the song Unreleased Rebellious, listened to her song, sang, listened to an unreleased song called Rebellious. I think I've actually heard that one. I like her song, Alien, and I like Do Something Too. Those are kinda like rebellious types of songs. Okay. Where were we? Everything. So she started to escape into a new dream, which was freedom from her family and a return to being the artist she knew she had in her. Everything began to seem possible. Sam and I became so close that we started to talk about having a baby together. But I was in my 30s, so I knew that time was running out. At the beginning of the conservatorship, I was overwhelmed with doctor appointments. Doctor after doctor after doctor, probably 12 doctors a week coming into my home. And yet my father would not let me go to the doctor when I asked for an appointment to get my IUD removed. When the conservatorship happened, everything became controlled with security guards everywhere. My whole life changed in a way that might have been safer for me physically, but was absolutely horrible for my sense of joy and creativity. And isn't that what, being a human is really all about? A lot of people said, "Oh, your life was saved." Oh, I like this part. A lot of people said, "Oh, your life was saved." And that was one thing. I mean, I probably did like 10, 15 interviews at, you know, the height of the Free Britney movement with like just different periodicals, New York Times, this, that, and the other. And they would always ask me that question. They would say, "What do you say to the people who claim that this conservatorship saved her life?" And now we know the people who were saying that was like Vivian Lee Thoreen, Team Con in its entirety. The conservatorship saved Britney's life. She addresses it, or someone does. In this book, they say, "No, it didn't. No, it didn't save my life. No, it did not." She said, "No, not really. It's the way you look at it. It's perspective. My music was my life, and the conservatorship was deadly for that. It crushed my soul." The girl said the conservatorship crushed her soul, and it was not saving her life. She's lucky she survived it. Exactly. Freedom, exactly. I wish she talked about Original Doll. That's another red flag. She did this whole little rebellious little moment where she recorded an album and she was trying to release it and then basically wasn't allowed to. It was the same year, 2004, that they began to say she doesn't have the capability of making her own decisions. Oh man, she's about to talk about Lou Taylor too, I think. Yeah, a lot of people said it saved her life. No, it did not. It's the way you look at it. My music was my life, and the conservatorship was deadly for that. It crushed my soul. Before the conservatorship, I had been in and out of studios recording. During the conservatorship, a team of people kept track of when I was going to use the toilet in the recording studio, and I am not even kidding. Here come Lou Taylor. I read after the conservatorship that my father and Robin at Lou Taylor's company TriStar had been involved with the security company they hired, Black Box, in monitoring and reviewing calls and texts coming out of and going into my cell phone, including private texts with my boyfriend, my lawyer at the time, Sam Ingham, my own kids, and worse. My father even put a bug in my home, in my own home. This was all part of their control. And again, this is kind of like stuff that oh my God, you're so right. Kiska said her dad was a Joseph Fritzl of sorts. Y'all know who Joseph Fritzl was? He would have kids and then he would keep them in a dungeon in a basement in like cells and like locked up and stuff. And then he would have kids with those kids. Yeah. Yeah. He was a weirdo. Criminal, freak, sicko. So in my own home, this was all part of their control. I had left home as a teenager because my family life was so terrible. All those times at 4 in the morning when I had to go out into the living room as a little girl and say, "Shut up, mama," as my father laid there passed out drunk in his chair. Those times would come back to me at 4 in the morning when I woke up and stared at the ceiling, wondering how those people had come to be in charge again. In those quiet moments in the middle of the night, I swore to do everything I could to escape. Chapter 38. That third year in Vegas, I felt something within me that I hadn't felt in a really, really long time. I felt strong. I knew I had to do something. Once I started to return to myself, my body, my heart, my physicality, and my spiritual self could not take the conservatorship any longer. There came a point when my little heart said, "I'm not going to stand for this." Even if Brittany didn't write this, I do think that is true. For so long, my parents had convinced me. My parents, she doesn't say just my dad, okay? Like, I held out a long time trying to be a Lynn stan. You know, I do feel bad for Lynn and stuff. But this book says my parents a lot. And how did they get back in control? Like she literally said, wondering how those people, right? All the times at 4 a.m. when I had to go out into the living room as a little girl and say, "Shut up, mama." As my father laid passed out drunk in his chair, those times would come back to me at 4 in the morning when I woke up and stared at the ceiling, wondering how those people had come to be in charge again. Now, I do know a lot of a lot of money and PR has gone into these care court bills in California. And it's possible this is propaganda for those. Because don't you remember Charlie Crist and Nancy Mace coming out to try and support the Free Britney Act? LOL. If y'all haven't seen those videos, I need to put them back up. I need to react to them or something soon because they try to use Britney's name to pass this law that would have done nothing to help Britney. Nothing. Not a damn one single thing to help Britney. And when they were trying to pass it, a big thing they were doing is trying to say, we're going to put people who aren't your family in charge because look at Britney and look what happened when family is in charge. So it may be that this book is just trying to sort of PR tarnish family relationships in order to put these court appointed care court kangaroo slave guards, prison guards in charge of people's lives. It's possible that's what's going on. I don't know why I have such a desire to like defend Lynn Spears because like anything and everything that has come from allegedly apparently Britney Spears has said, no, she's in on it too. But like part of me just doesn't want to believe that. Like, I don't know. But oh, Sloan, thanks so much for the super chat. Sloan in the chat. Shout out Sloan. What they took from her those 13 years she can't get back. True. All right, chapter 38. Third year in Vegas, I started to feel strong. I'm not going to stand for this. For so long, my parents had convinced me that I was the bad one, the crazy one, and it worked completely in their favor. It hurt my spirit. They put my fire out. I undervalued myself for a decade, but inside, I was screaming about their bullshit. You have to understand the helplessness in that, the helplessness and the anger. After my shows, it made me mad to see my family drinking and having a great time when I wasn't even allowed a sip of Jack and Coke. In the public eye, I know I looked like a star on stage. I had I had cute tights and high heels. But why the couldn't I sin in Sin City? As I became stronger and entered a new phase of my womanhood, I started to look around for examples of how to wield power in a positive way. Reese Witherspoon was a great example to me. She's sweet and she's nice and she's very smart. Once you start to see yourself that way, as not just someone who exists to make everyone else happy, but someone who deserves to make their wishes known, that changes everything. When I started to think that I could be like Reese, someone who was nice but also strong, it changed my perspective on who I was. If no one is used to you being assertive, they get very freaked out when you start speaking your mind. And I'll tell you one thing, Brittany, it's not because they weren't used to it. It's because people just get freaked out about an assertive woman or assertive man, really. When people are assertive, the control hungry open air prison guards, it freaks them out because assertive kind of in a way means you're taking up for yourself and you actually give a shit what's about to happen to you. And the powers that be in the open air prison, they can't have that. They have to have us thinking that we're not worth anything, that we're not good enough, that we are bad, that we're inherently original sin born bad. It's not true, but it is a good, easy way to control people. If you can make other people think they're not strong, then they're not going to think they're strong to try and overcome their prison. It's probably especially scary if it's new, like it was for you, but once you start to see yourself that way, not just someone who exists to make everyone else happy, it changes everything. They get very, okay. If no one's used to you being assertive, they get very freaked out when you start speaking your mind. I felt myself turning into their worst fear. I was a queen now and starting to speak up. I imagined them bowing down to me. Yes, queen, manifest. I felt my power surging back. I knew how to carry myself. I had become strong, enduring that kind of schedule. I really had no choice but to be strong, and I think audiences perceived that. It speaks volumes when you demand respect. It changes everything. And so, when I heard my conservators trying to tell me once again I was stupid if I tried to turn down a performance or to find a way to give myself some more time off, I felt myself revolt. I thought if you guys are trying to trick me into feeling bad for saying no, I'm not going to fall for it again. The residency was set to end December 31st, 2017. I could not wait. For one thing, I was so sick of doing the same show week after week for years. I kept begging for a remix or a new number, anything to break up the monotony. I started to lose the joy in performing that I felt when I was younger. I no longer had the pure, raw love of singing that I had as a teenager. Now other people were telling me what to sing and when. No one seemed to care about what I wanted. The message I kept getting was that their minds mattered. My mind was to be ignored. I was just there to perform for them and to make them money. It was such a waste. And as a performer who had always taken so much pride in her musicianship, I cannot stress enough how mad I was that they wouldn't even let me change up my show. We had weeks in between each set of shows in Vegas. So much freaking time wasted. She said the F word. I wanted to remix my songs for my fans and give them something new and exciting. When I wanted to perform my favorite songs like Change Your Mind or Get Naked, they wouldn't let me. It felt like they wanted to embarrass me rather than let me give my fans the best possible performance every night, which they deserved. Instead, I had to do the same show week in and week out, the same routines, the same songs, the same arrangements. I've been doing the same kind of show for a very long time. I was desperate to change it up, to give my wonderful loyal fans a new and electrifying experience. But all I heard was no. It was so lazy, it actually was odd. I I worried about what my fans would think of me. I wished I could communicate that I wanted to give them so much more. I love to go to studios for hours at a time and do my own remixes with an engineer. But they said we cannot put remixes in because of the time code of the show. We would have to redo the whole thing. I said redo it. I'm known for bringing new things to the table, but they always said no. When I pushed, the best they could offer me, they said, was to play one of my new songs in the background while I was changing. They acted like they were doing me a huge favor by playing a favorite new song while I was underground, frantically taking costumes on and off. It was embarrassing because I actually know the business. I knew it was totally possible for us to change up the show. My dad was in charge and it wasn't a priority for him. That meant that the people who would need to make it happen just didn't feel like it. They just wouldn't do it. Singing such old versions of songs made my body feel old. I craved new sounds, new movement. I feel now that it might have scared them for me to actually be the star. Instead, my dad was in charge of the star, me. When I did the video, when I did the videos for the singles from Glory, I felt so light and so free. Glory reminded me what it felt like to perform new material and how much I needed it. When I was told I'd be receiving the first ever Radio Disney Icon Award, oh, this part is good. When I was told I would be receiving the first ever Radio Disney Icon Award the year after Glory came out, I thought, this is great. I will take the boys, I'll wear a cute black dress, and it will be a lot of fun. Well, as I sat in the audience seeing a medley of my songs performed, I had so many feelings. By the time Jamie Lynn made a surprise appearance to do a bit of Till the World Ends and hand me my award, I was a ball of emotion. The whole time I was watching the show, I kept flashing back to the concert special I had done for In the Zone. It was a remixed ABC special. I had rehearsed for a week and sung several new songs. They shot me so beautifully, I felt like a kid. Frankly, it's some of my best work. There was a cabaret vibe to a sultry rendition of Baby One More Time. And then for every time, I wore a pretty white dress. It was just really, really beautiful. And I had felt so incredible to be at that stage of my career, free and performing my music my way with so much creative control. And sitting there to receive the Icon Award at the Radio Disney Music Awards, even while I was honored by the performances I was furious. Here were three singers and my sister doing new arrangements, something I had begged for 13 years, having fun with my songs in a way I hadn't in hundreds of performances. And I was sitting there having to smile. And we did kind of know that, at least in some part, because she had talked about it on her Instagram about how she hated that. And then it just adds more insult to injury. It adds more salt in the wound to the fact that Jamie Lynn tried to name her book that came out before Britney's I Must Confess. Imagine it. Kyla, you're funny. Just looking at some of y'all's comments. Her team put it together. Jamie Lynn, just to rub it in her face. You can see in the video she's not happy. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah. That was so manipulative, Jamie Lynn. She knew Britney wouldn't like it, and she's standing up there smiling. Exactly. So is the end of chapter 38. Chapter 39. Before the conservatorship, my friend and agent, Cade, would call me up and say we should go on a road trip. And I would be in the car before he was done telling me where we were going. Oh, I'd be in the car before he was done telling me where we were going. If I wanted the volume cranked up at one of my shows, I would politely make sure the sound guy turned it up. If you pissed me off, everybody would know about it. I was a little badass. But in Vegas, I just smiled and nodded, and I did the same show again and again, like a wind-up doll. The only thing that kept me going and knowing that I would have, the only thing that kept me going was knowing that I would have 2 vacations with my kids, as I did every year. But the year that Glory came out, I had to tour instead, which meant I wasn't allowed to go on vacation. I had to take the kids on tour with me, which wasn't fun for anyone. So the following year, I really needed those vacations. So one night in the quick change area before the show, my team came in and I flagged it for them. Hey, I said, I just wanted to give you a heads up. I really need those vacations this year. Tradition is so important to me. Me and my kids' favorite thing to do is go to Maui and get on a boat and just head out into the ocean. It's for my mental health, honestly, she said. If there's a large amount of money, the team said, we'll go and do like 2 tour shows. Then you can come back and have the whole summer off. Great, I said. We're on the same page. A few months went by. Vegas was finally coming to an end, December 2017, and I was so relieved. I had done hundreds of shows, As I was in my dressing room changing in between acts, from someone from my team, I think this is Robin, said, "Hey, yeah, so you're going to go on tour this year after Vegas ends. We can't just end in Vegas. We have to end it on a tour this summer." That wasn't the deal, Brittany said. I told you I'm taking the kids to Maui. The conversation escalated quickly, as it usually did when I tried to negotiate. Finally, my team member said, if you don't go on tour, you will end up in court because you have a contract. I realized they were threatening me, and they knew how triggering being in court was for me. And this is what powerful and rich people do to control people. They threaten them with court, frivolous bullshit, meritless court threats. Afterward, I calmed down. I started thinking that if it was just a few weeks, maybe it wouldn't be that bad. And then I could come back and have something of a summer. We could just go to Maui a little later. This turned out to be overly optimistic. The tour was hell. I know the dancers felt it too. We were more locked down than ever by the terms my father set. To even leave the room, we had to give the security team 2 hours notice. To add insult to injury, I was still creatively stifled, still doing the same old thing. They still weren't giving me the freedom to redo my songs and change up the show. We could have changed the show, made it something good, something new. That would have felt fresh to the audience and to me and the dancers. That is literally the only concession I asked for. And again, as always, they said no. Because if I actually took control of my show, it could awaken people to the fact that I might not need my dad as my conservator. I feel like he secretly liked me feeling less than. It gave him power. When I finally got home, I cried when I saw my dogs. That's how much I missed them. I started to plan a trip to take with my I started to plan a trip to take with the boys to make up for how much time we had lost. My team said, "We'll give you 3 weeks off. Then we have to start rehearsing for a new Vegas show." 3 weeks, I said. I was supposed to have all summer. I had hated the tour. This felt like being told that the weekend would never come. And that's the end of that chapter. Thank you, Juanita, and welcome to the channel. Just being involved in a legal case. Yeah. No, it's terrible. It's terrible, especially when you're up against literally pathological liars. Like people who literally lie so much they don't even know the truth. You can't It's hard to win in court against those people. Chapter 40. I could hear the screams already. Okay, so now she's going to talk about that time she just walked right out on the Domination announcement. I could hear the screams already. Hundreds of people had gathered outside. It was an October day in 2018, and there was a huge crowd outside of the new Park MGM Hotel in Las Vegas. Superfans were dressed in matching clothes and waving flags emblazoned with with the letter B. Dancers on stage were wearing t-shirts that said Britney. Announcers were live streaming, hyping up their followers. Laser lights were flashing. A giant screen was showing scenes from my videos. Dance music blasted. A parade went by with marchers loudly singing lyrics like "My loneliness is killing me." The lights went down. Mario Lopez, who was there to host the event, said into the mic, "We are here to welcome the new queen of Vegas." Dramatic music started. A riff from Toxic. Crazy lights flashed on the Park MGM so it looked like the building was pulsing. Cue a medley of other songs, projections of a rocket ship, a helicopter, a circus big top, and a snake in the Garden of Eden. Fire blasted up from fire pits around the stage. I rose from the floor on a hydraulic lift, waving and smiling in a tight little black dress with the star cutouts and tassels, my hair super long and blonde. And I know y'all know what she's talking about. It's like the star cutouts on the side. She comes out, she smiles, she waves, and she gets in a limo and leaves. And people are like, "What? What's going on?" Okay, so Jordan is saying, hold on, hold on. If you watch the Domination announcement back, Britney was getting permission to walk from security. So this part confuses me. Then Mario wasn't even there. Okay, so let's do a fact check. Let's see. I'm going to type in Britney Domination announcement. Underwhelming Vegas announcement. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Okay. So let's watch this footage back. I don't want it to get like struck or something. That's what I'm nervous about. Video will play after ads. Okay, girl. Hurry up. I'm waiting for the second of 2 mandatory playthrough ads. Oh my god, another one? My god. Okay. All right. So here's some okay, fireworks. Oh, here. Let me share it with y'all. Okay, here it is. Okay. I didn't hear Mario Lopez. That's because I have it on, obviously, because I have it on mute.
Ladies and gentlemen, Britney Spears.
So somebody announced it. Okay, so they're playing work. Okay, people are helping her down. More people helping her down. Looks like that's Edon Yemeni. Yeah, yep, there's Edon right there. And who's this other guy? Jeff Raymond, the publicist. Okay, she's... Well, maybe the security was escorting her like that because they weren't gonna like... Because they weren't gonna like, what we're gonna do? Handcuff her? Like throw her down? Like force her on the stage in front of all these... Maybe because he does look a little bit concerned and confused. The bald-headed one is the head of security that was allegedly... Also, did this guy pass away? This guy on the left? I think that might be one of the dancers that had passed away. Okay, so she goes... She looks happy. I mean, she's smiling and stuff. And the people were helping her down. I mean, it kind of does look like maybe this was the setup. Like, what were they gonna do though? Like, let's say this wasn't planned. What could they have done? Grabbed her? Yeah, no, they're not letting her. I don't know who this guy is. He looks very familiar. Okay. So, you are right. I did not see Mario Lopez, but somebody did say, ladies and gentlemen, Britney Spears. So maybe we can do a little bit more fact checking on that at a later time. Oh, was that not even up? Was that showing for y'all? Oops. Okay. Well, and this is the thing. I am kind of surprised they just let her leave too. But what were they gonna do? You know what I mean? Like, what were they gonna handcuff her? You know what I mean? Like, what could they have done? Pulled her, physically dragged her back to the stage? I mean, there was a car waiting there. It could have been a way they could have made her look crazy. The car could have pulled away. Ass Cracks Sleeves said that was the guy from Ellen. Mario was part of the Ellen announcement. Oh, so that's not... No, that's a different guy. Kaylin. Okay, so Kaylin is a YouTuber. I don't... Did you see them push her? She grabbed the fan thing to sign. I did. Yes, and so did Jeff Raymond. They didn't want her to sign any more fan stuff, it looked like. There was a guest, not Twitch. She had some good YouTube... No. That's not the same person. Different person. He did not pass away to my knowledge. Person's still alive. Okay. That wasn't Twitch. That was a random streamer. I don't know what that... Okay. Shelly said Mario was there. I saw it when it came out. Mario was there. And yes, Animal, this is when she says this is where she rebelled. Exactly. And this was what, 2018 this happened? It was covered across different outlets. Mario was a Lou favorite, not surprised. Yep. If you start the video, Mario is standing at the bottom of the steps. Okay, let's see. Yes, he was. There he is. They probably wanted to do her show at that big globe they just made. Okay, so Mario does seem to have been there. What is the exact date? The exact date of this video is October 18th, 2018, but I don't know when it actually happened. Okay, chapter 41. Yeah, exactly. As the holidays approached, I was feeling pretty good. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. No. We didn't finish. Sorry. Back in 40. We didn't finish. Um, Fire blasted up. I rose from a hydraulic lift, tight little dress, cut out tassels. My hair was long. Ladies and gentlemen, Mario Lopez continued. Britney Spears. I walked down the stairs in my high heels to work BITCH and signed a few autographs for fans. But then I did something unexpected. I walked past the cameras. I kept walking until I got into an SUV and left. I said nothing. I did not perform. And if you were watching, you were probably wondering what just happened. What you didn't see was that my father and his team were trying to force me to announce the show. I said I did not want to announce it because, as I had been saying for months, I did not want to do it. When I had sung the song Overprotected so many years earlier, I had no idea what overprotection was. I would soon learn though, because once I made it clear I wasn't going to keep doing Vegas, my family made me disappear. Chapter 41. Forbes says Mario made a blink if you if you blink you miss it appearance. As the holidays approached, I was feeling pretty good. Aside from my fear that my father was plotting something, I felt strong and inspired by the women I had met in AA. In addition to being brilliant, they had so much common sense, and I learned a lot from them about how to be an adult with navigating the world with honesty and bravery. I bet you some of the people in AA were telling her, girl, you are a victim. The way you are being controlled is trafficking. I bet you somebody told her that in AA. Because, sometimes you get in these relationships and it's like, you're just made to feel crazy. You're made to feel like you're the bad thing. You're the problem and all that. And then it's like, it takes that outside perspective of someone going, um, you're in an abusive relationship, ma'am. And like, I think people would know in AA, just this is obviously a stereotype. I'm stereotyping, but like, I would imagine in a group of people having AA in Beverly Hills, somebody in that group would know the signs to look for with dealing with a narcissistic abuse. I'm just assuming. It's a stereotype, but I would imagine somebody knew and told her. Because you kind of share your stories, in AA. For my birthday, Sam took me somewhere special. I started making holiday plans, but my father insisted that he would be taking the boys for Christmas. If I wanted to see them, I would have to see my father too. When I pushed back, my father said, the boys don't want to be with you this year. They're coming home to Louisiana with me and your mom. And that's that. That's news to me, I said. But if they really would rather be in Louisiana that week, I guess that's okay. The Vegas show hadn't been canceled yet. I was hiring new dancers and going over the routines. At a rehearsal one day, I'd been working with all the dancers, both new and old, when one of the dancers who had been with the show the past 4 years did a move for us all. I winced when I saw it. It looked really challenging. I don't want to do that one, I said. It's too hard. It didn't seem like a big deal to me, but suddenly my team and the directors disappeared into a room and shut the door. I got the feeling that I had done something horribly wrong, but I did not understand how. I did not understand how not wanting to do one move in a routine could qualify as that. I mean, I was almost 5 years older than I had been when the first residency started. My body had changed too. What difference did it make if we changed it up? We had all been having fun. From what I could tell, I have social anxiety. So if there's anything to feel uncomfortable about, I usually feel it. But that day all seemed well. I was laughing and talking to the dancers. Some of the new ones, God, my nose itches. Some of the new ones could do gainers, meaning a standing back tuck going forward. They were amazing. Standing back tuck. Oh, like a flip, like a certain kind of flip. They were amazing. I asked if I could learn it, and one of them offered to spot me on it. All of which is to say, we were playing and communicating. Nothing was going wrong. But the way my team had behaved made me worried something was up. A day later in therapy, my doctor confronted me. And like looking at this now, it kind of seems like it was just a setup. Like they were just looking for something to hold against her after she said she didn't want to do Vegas. They were looking for a way to force her to do it because they were making hundreds of millions of dollars. Thanks so much, Court Arid, for the super chat. That's bullying. She was bullied by her team. I am part of AA. Your stereotype isn't wrong. Thank you, Leanne. What do I think she had to remove from the book? I mean, maybe stuff about Original Doll, maybe some stuff about Justin. I don't really know. Thank you. Mario was there. Yeah, we got it. Horrible. They bullied her. Exactly. To call her family trash is an insult to trash. She was absolutely gifted with strength. Hopefully her mental health will continue to be strengthened. Physically, she does look better than ever. Poor girl. Okay, so, thanks so much. Amon? Just want to say thank you for all your work. Thank you for the super chat. To Brittany and others, your videos are not just entertaining and funny, but educating and healing too. Oh, thank you so much for the comment and for that super chat. Who would have written this book if Brittany didn't? Just, anybody. Just hire a writer to write it and give them Instagram posts and a few like personal voice notes or something. And then let Matt Rosengart read over it if Brittany didn't. Like, for the record, I don't think Britney Spears herself sat down at a typewriter and typed this book. I think she probably spoke a lot of it, wrote some of it in notes. I think it was probably if she was involved at all, I think that's how it was. I don't think she sat at a computer and wrote this and then just had it edited. I think it was a combination if she was involved. Okay. So like I said, I think that this was all just like Britney was getting a little bit out of hand and they needed to rewire her brain. I think is really what it was, is that they wanted her to still do Vegas. It had been extremely lucrative. I mean, the owners of the hotels, even at that point, were trying to probably keep it going. I mean, they were kind of trafficking her to different hotels, right? Like bringing business, bringing money, bringing sales, bringing attention. I mean, look, that Park MGM we're now talking about, and that was a new hotel, right? I mean, they were using Britney as an object and as not a human, and she was saying, wait, but I'm a human and I want vacations and I don't want to do another Vegas and I don't want to do a tour. And they were like, too bad, so sad. You're making us too much money, slave. Get out there. So I think when she was doing stuff like, no, I don't want to announce, or no, I'm not doing that dance move on stage. It was just too much. It was just more signs that she was becoming too autonomous. Her programming was slipping and they needed to reprogram again. And I wouldn't be shocked if they did, pun intended, like electroshock therapy and, stuff like that to Britney. I wouldn't be surprised if they were giving her high doses of medication in order to fry her brain. I wouldn't be surprised to hear any of that. In fact, I suspect it, in my opinion. Okay. Nothing was going wrong, but the way my team had behaved, it made me worry something was up. A day later in therapy, my doctor confronted me. And again, this doctor is now dead. And it's conflicting how he died. Some people say aneurysm, some people say embolism, two very different things, girl. Quote, "We found energy supplements in your purse," he said. "The energy supplements gave me a sense of confidence and energy. And you did not need a prescription for them." Anna, thank you so much. Y'all help me join me and help me in thanking Anna for that generous super chat. Yeah. I don't know. Just giving Westworld. Exactly. What did I join during? Ugh, exactly. Okay, so the therapist, okay, so she says she doesn't want to do the dance move, and a day later she has therapy, and the doctor says, "We found energy supplements in your purse." But she said you didn't even need a prescription for those. He knew that I had been taking them during my shows in Vegas, but now he made a big deal out of it. We feel like you're doing way worse things behind our backs. And we don't feel like you're doing well in rehearsals. You're giving everyone a hard time. And for some reason, it does seem to be when people start to take some type of stimulant, that is when the controllers, the handlers, the slave owners do not like it. They don't like it when Bam takes Adderall, even as prescribed. They don't like it when other people take Adderall, even if it's prescribed. Sometimes we've seen people withholding prescribed Adderall. And it's almost like something about taking the stimulant, coffee they wouldn't let Britney have. It's almost like if you have ever taken stimulants as prescribed by a doctor, including Adderall or Vyvanse or Concerta or whatever, you know that in a lot of ways, and like Brittany said in this book, it helps depression. It helps that lethargy, that paralysis that you just can't get started. You can't find that initial motivation. That motivation gap is closed when you have coffee or Adderall or a stimulant. And I never, ever would encourage anyone to take any medications that aren't prescribed to you by a doctor. And even then, I would still say, make your own choice. But it is interesting that the slave owners usually really hate it whenever the slaves start taking, or the enslaved people start taking stimulants. And it's, in my opinion, I have a theory that it's because it shakes you out of that lithium trance. You're like, whoa, I've been in gabapentin land for 10 years, and now I'm kind of starting to see colors in a different way and remember like the cobwebs kind of get shook off. And I do think a lot of times that is what contributes to dependency on these things, because a lot of times people can't get it as prescribed. And so they're self medicating with street substances or stuff they buy at a gas station or whatever, instead of, FDA approved and all of that stuff. And the reason they become dependent on it at all is because initially they needed some help supplement, or whatever. And there's ways to do that also endogenously. Like you can do breathing. There's all kinds of ways to do it without Adderall. I'm not trying to say like, oh, everybody needs to be on Adderall by any means. I definitely think there's pros and cons to every single pharmaceutical medication. But I am noticing a trend here that people who control very powerful entities or who control people, they don't want them taking Adderall, Vyvanse, energy supplements, drinking coffee, energy drinks. And honestly, a lot of stuff is bad for you anyway. But I'm noticing that they're just fine giving them lithium, gabapentin, losartan, or whatever, right? It's like, okay, but you're withholding medication that they need and you're taking away their jackass contract for taking prescribed Adderall. Like that don't make sense unless Adderall does something to kind of wake you up. Dude, Midol has caffeine. Yeah. See, some of y'all are even saying this. It helps. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I wish it would have been diagnosed when I was in school. Such a different person. You can stay focused on your goals and tasks. Yeah. So y'all are agreeing. Oh, have ADD. Is that dissociative disorder? Badly. Never knew it because they just didn't want me to feel good. Um, they also help people focus. Dopamine helps depression. Yeah, what are they doing looking in her purse? They need something worse than hell. Brittany never did DRUGS. I hope this narrative becomes widespread because I am sick of hearing people think she's an ADD ICT. So work nonstop. Don't even sleep. You cannot have coffee or energy supplements. Why is that? They want them to look sick and tired to add to their agenda. Silences the brain. Bees. Oh, my shirt. Yeah, it says "We These People." This is like a merch sample. Did y'all see at the beginning? We These People. And they got a little flag and it says "That Surprise Witness" in the flag. I don't know if I'm going to sell this one. I wanted it to look more pink. It looks more red. I don't know. I do like it though. It's real tree. Okay. So he knew I had been taking them during my shows in Vegas, but now he made a big deal about it. We feel like you're doing way worse things behind our backs. She's not allowed behind anyone's back, stupid ass. And we don't feel like you're doing well in rehearsals. You're giving everyone a hard time. Is this a joke? I said. Instantly, I was furious. I had tried so hard. My work ethic was strong. Quote, "We're going to be sending you to a facility," the therapist said. Hold on. We're going to be sending you to a facility. Wait, I lost my spot. The therapist said, "And before you go to this place over Christmas break, we're going to have a woman come to run psychological tests on you." A flashy doctor who I had seen on TV and instantly hated. Oh, no, sorry. Who I had seen on TV and instinctively hated came to my house against my will, sat me down, and tested my cognitive abilities for hours. My father told me that this doctor had concluded that I had bombed the test. I also bombed that test. I scored absolutely off the charts on like the reading and the word pattern like the word and the language parts off the charts. Like it said my IQ was 179 on it. Like that's not even possible. But on the other parts, like, and I had to take it like no medicine, no, you had to be off everything for days, no coffee, no nothing. And they sit you down and they time that. My issue is they time you. If they would give it unlimited time, I would have probably been able to score much above average, but they time you. And so you're anxious, you're nervous, your brain's all over the place, you don't know what to do. Oh, girl, I think I would have got put in special ed because I didn't take it until I was an adult. I took it for law school because I had to get accommodations at law school, and they would not give you accommodations without proof that you really needed them. And on the English, the writing, the reading, I wouldn't have got them. But on the math, and on the pattern recognition with the numbers and stuff, girl, it will be like, what's the next number in a sequence? It'll be like 1, 3, 5, 7. You know, those would I would get that. But like, you know, it would go up by, and you're not allowed no note paper. You have to do everything in your mind. I absolutely bombed it. And it just goes to show how this type of stuff is used against people who are perfectly capable. Because if somebody really wanted to take control of my life and I didn't have such a already public, established, I'm smart, I have degrees, I have whatever, like anybody could have done this to me. Anybody could have done this to me. Because I would have bombed these tests too. Sit me down against my will in my house. I don't have my energy supplements. I don't have my caffeine. I don't have nothing. And you're going to test my cognitive abilities for hours, days on end. I would bomb too. And I'm a highly, highly intelligent person. Top intelligence. Top tier. I'm in that. I'm in that bracket. I am. I just know I am. I'm basically a polymath. I bombed these tests. I completely failed them. And they used them against Britney to lock her up against her will and reprogram her, probably electrocute her and every other thing else, if I had to guess. Everyone's cognition is different. And these tests don't really test it. What are you testing? You're really only testing, can you do a pattern of numbers? And who gives a shit if you can do a pattern of numbers? Why? Why do I care? All Britney Spears needs to be able to do is like balance a checkbook, dance, and that's pretty much it. Keep her lights on. Like hire an assistant to help her pay her bills even. Like she don't even have to do it herself. So she really don't have to do that much. She can do a lot is what I'm saying, like if she chooses. But like what's the bare minimum threshold to like survive and stay alive? I know for a fact Brittany can do it, and you don't need a cognitive test to show it. They were giving her difficult tasks, probably ones that triggered her on purpose, probably ones that she would necessarily not even be naturally that good at on purpose in order to pull her down, reprogram her brain and all of that. What happened to Jamie's lawyer, Vivian Letharine? She quit. Exactly. All of us have to have something here and there. I mean, almost none of us are not clinically addicted to something, whether it be coffee, sodas, Instagram scrolling. I mean, it's real easy. It's real easy to make fun of somebody you want to call a crackhead, but let's talk about you. You know what I mean? It's like Jamie Spears, a self-proclaimed admitted addict himself, wasn't even being subjected to the treatment that Britney was whenever he was the one in charge. It's obscene. It's obscene. It's asinine. Okay. A flashy doctor came and gave me cognitive test. My father told me that this doctor had concluded that I had bombed the test. She said, "You failed. Now you have to go to this mental health facility. There's something severely wrong with you, but don't worry. We found you a small rehab program in Beverly Hills." It will only cost you $60,000 a month. As I gathered my stuff, crying, I asked how long I should pack for, how long they would make me stay there. But I was told there was no way to know. Maybe a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months. It all depends on how well you do and how well you demonstrate your capabilities. The program was supposedly a luxury rehab that had created a special program just for me. So I would be alone and I wouldn't have to interact with other people. What if I don't go? I asked. My father said if I don't go, then I would have to go to court and I would be embarrassed. He said, we will make you look like a fucking idiot. And trust me, you will not win. It's better me telling you to go versus a judge telling you in court. And I was reading about a certain program that a three-letter agency did that is allegedly no longer going on, having to do with the initials of Michael Kors and the word Ulta with R in there. And one of the big parts of that program, it was a real program that was really run. Like, I know it is now associated a lot with conspiracy theories and stuff, but like it was the government has provided declassified, like y'all can go read it. It's on .gov websites. You can see what they were doing. Probably still doing. But the one of the things of that program, other than the what are those things called? Psychedelic substances they were using, was to make the victims or the subjects or the patients completely unprepared or what's the word I'm looking for? Like everything had to be unpredictable to make the patients do things at unpredictable hours. Like they would be woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning to eat dinner and then put back to sleep. And then less than an hour later, woken up to do exercises or something and then put back to sleep. And then they wouldn't even do all that. It wasn't a routine. Part of the brain. So the purpose of that program, written purpose, was to wipe someone's brain clean. And the way they worded it was that they were trying to do it to help people who were already in a bad spot, like schizophrenics or whatever. But wipe the brain clean, basically make you go back into a state of childhood and then rebuild you how they want to build you. All I'm talking about is that program only. Now, am I alleging that's what's being done to Britney here? Like on the grand scheme, girl, who knows? No, I'm not. What I am saying is because those techniques have been widely, highly publicized, it's very easy for other people to say, oh, those techniques worked and that. So I'm going to do those techniques when I'm trying to wipe someone's brain slate clean, right? It doesn't necessarily mean it's the same actors. It just means people learned that it worked and now they are appropriating those methods, for example. So the fact that Britney is now here saying maybe a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months, it all depends. It kind of puts you in a mental state where you're just at someone else's mercy, because the whole point is to wipe your brain and your slate clean so that you're more controllable. And am I saying that, that is what's going on here? No, what I am saying is these are the same tactics. And maybe it's a total coincidence that these tactics are being used, but it definitely is something that is highly effective to make someone's schedule so unpredictable. They don't know when they're going to sleep. You also, sleep deprivation is one through loud music. The fact that they had her here alone makes me think that they were torturing her specifically in this center. And it was probably just in someone's like private house or something, is what I really think was going on. It's my opinion. I don't know. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Y'all already know that. What if I don't go? We'll take you to court and we're going to embarrass you, make you look like an effing idiot. I felt like it was some form of blackmail and I was being gaslit. You were. It was. Honestly felt they were trying to KILL me. I had never stood up to my dad in all those years. I never said no to anyone. My no in that room that day really pissed my dad off. They forced me to go anyway. They had my back against the wall, and I had no choice. If you don't do this, this is what's going to happen to you. So we suggest you go and get it over with, because they wanted to wipe her brain. They needed another several years of money, hundreds of millions coming in. Only that didn't happen, getting it over with, that is, because once I got there, I couldn't leave, even though I kept begging to. Because remember, they told her she could go outpatient. Oh, no, that was with the AA thing. That was a different thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Still happening. Isolation, food control, controlling her work, her body, her health. Yep. Yeah, no, it is out of the movies, RL, it is, but it also happens in real life, and that's what people don't understand. They think just because something happens in a movie don't mean you can't be watching it happen before your very eyes. Chapter 42. Oh, wait, no. They kept me okay, last sentence. They kept me locked up against my will for months. Chapter 42. The doctors took me away from my kids and my dogs and my house. I could not go outside. I could not drive a car. I had to give blood weekly. I could not take a bath in private. I could not shut the door to my room. I was watched. And this is like the Michel Foucault Discipline and Punish panopticon. There's a French philosopher, passed away now, I'm pretty sure. But he wrote this very like impactful book called Discipline and Punish about prison systems using this. It's called Panopticon, where they build a prison in like a circle or a square shape. I'm sure you've seen this before. And then there's like a guard tower right in the middle, and the guards are in the middle, and the fronts of the cells are all open. Let me see if I can find a demonstration. Panopticon. Um, yeah, it's like this. Let me show y'all. So this is a panopticon, right? Where it's like a circular. Here's a good one. See, the fronts of the cells are all open, and then the guards are sitting in this part right here. And so at any given moment, you're being watched. Like, you have no privacy. And Michel Foucault, this philosopher's whole point is that is literally the worst thing for human psychology, is never, ever having solitude or privacy. And we're getting a little woo woo here, but I think that has a lot to do with like quantum physics, where like, you know how light particles will behave differently if they're under observation versus if you're not observing them. So I think since we're made up of particles, we behave differently and we process differently if we're being observed versus not, or if we believe we're being observed versus not. And so the fact that Britney Spears has not had a moment of solitude to just process her experiences in like literally sounds like several years, that has to be one of the most psychologically damaging parts of this whole thing. It just must be, if you believe like the Michel Foucault panopticon discipline and punish theory, which I actually kind of do. I do think being observed and watched all the time is one of the most unsettling things. Like, don't you just feel a little unsettled whenever your like computer cameras like light is on? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. This is what happens whenever I'm just allowed to just go with my thoughts uninterrupted. Y'all are getting the live stream of my stream of consciousness. Okay. I was watched even when I was changing. I had to go to sleep at 9 p.m. They supervised me watching TV from 8 to 9 o'clock in bed. I had to be up every morning at 8. I had endless meetings every day for several hours a day. I sat in a chair receiving mandatory therapy. I spent the time in between meetings staring out the window, watching cars pull up and drive away. So many cars bringing so many therapists and security guards, doctors and nurses. What I think did the most damage to me was watching all those people coming and going, and I was prevented from leaving. I have the cameras on my tape too. See this little sticky note, and I colored all over it? I put it like this. When I'm not using my camera, this is how I work, just in case. Like, okay. Yeah, I mean, period. The philosophy girlies appreciate it. Good. Thank you. And then outpatient. Hey, Blind Justice, how are you? Where'd it go? Oh, it went up. How have you been? Rolling, because I just bought camera covers. Uh-huh. They make them for the phone too, but mine always fall off. All right. Leave it in the comments below if you have a good recommendation for a phone's camera cover for iPhone, because not the Max. I have the small one. They're kind of too big. All right. The one that stays on there. All right. Okay. I have a part. Okay. This is, I forgot about this. Let me get to this point. All right. I was told everything that was happening was for my own good. I felt abandoned in that place. While everyone kept saying they were there to help me, I never could understand what my family wanted from me. I did everything I was supposed to do. My kids would come for an hour on the weekends, but if I didn't do what I was, quote, supposed to do during the week, I would not be allowed to see them. One of the only people who called me was Cade. I've always felt safe and yet also a sense of danger with Cade. The most entertaining call I had the whole time was him FaceTiming me from a hospital in Texas to tell me about how he had gotten bitten by a scorpion in his bed. His leg blew up to the size of a basketball. No joke. Are you serious right now? I said, looking at his swollen leg on my phone. It was unbelievably bad. Thinking about Cade's poor leg gave me one of the only true distractions from what I was dealing with, and I will always be grateful to him and that Texas scorpion. She's funny. Or someone is. The therapists questioned me for hours and what seemed like every day, 7 days a week. For years, I had been on Prozac, but in the hospital, they took me abruptly off of it and put me on Lithium, a dangerous drug that I did not want or need that makes you extremely slow and lethargic. I felt my concept of time morph and I grew disoriented. And remember, this is what her grandma was on. This is what Papa June put her grandma on or whatever. On Lithium, I didn't know where I was or even who I was sometimes. My brain was not working the way it used to. I bet you would give her a few caffeine supplements or energy supplements, she would have been a lot better. That's why they don't want her on it. Look at that. Oh, look, the panopticon image was taken by Michel Foucault from English philosopher Jeremy Bentham. Maybe I knew that at one point. Definitely forgot it if so. If Britney Spears is controlled even after the end of the conservatorship, it would explain a lot of things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and she's very clear about it too. She's like, it was torture. It wasn't lost on me, so she even brings it up. It wasn't lost on me that lithium was the drug my grandmother, Jean, who later committed bleep bleep, had been put on in Mandeville at that insane asylum. Meanwhile, my security team that I had been with for so long acted like I was a criminal. When it was time for blood draws, the tech drawing my blood would be flanked by the nurse, a security guard, and my assistant. That's Robin, I think. Was I a cannibal? Was I a bank robber? Was I a wild animal? Why was I treated as though they were about to burn? Sorry. As though I was about to burn the place down and murder all of them. They checked my blood pressure 3 times a day. Like I was a 80-year-old woman. And they would take their time, make me sit down, get the cuff, slowly attach it, slowly pump it up 3 times a day. To feel sane, I needed to move around. Movement was my life as a dancer. I thrived on it. I needed it. I craved it, but they kept me in that chair for ages. Now, remember, she's just now talking about the blood draws, right? She's just now talking about when I would get my blood draw, when it was time for blood draws, the tech would be flanked. The tech would be flanked by a nurse, Robin, or whoever the assistant was, and a security guard. So it's 4 people taking one blood. And then she says, "What am I, a cannibal? Am I a bank robber? Am I a wild animal?" Then she says, the cuff slowly sat me in that chair. I wanted to dance. And then she says, I began to feel like I was being ritually tortured. Why is that in this book? I felt anxious in my feet and in my heart and in my brain. I could never burn off that energy. It's that trap. You're just trapped and you have no control. There's nothing you can do. You know how when your body is moving, let's see, what are y'all saying? Okay, so I've been in rehab. Stars Align said I have been in rehab. Slash detox, and they do constantly check your blood pressure. And it probably was for the best. They were checking her blood pressure. Lithium, let me just look it up. I'm not a doctor, y'all. Please don't take anything I say as any type of medical device. I have not been to medical school. Lithium and blood pressure. Lithium is commonly used to help fix chemical imbalances in the brain. Some medications for high blood pressure might increase the risk of side effects of lithium. Decreases blood pressure in genetically hypertensive rats. So it seems like in rats that have high blood pressure, it decreases the blood pressure. So maybe that means, I'll show y'all where I'm getting my info. This is NIH study. Lithium treatment decreases blood pressure in rats that have high blood pressure, I think. I don't know. Maybe lithium does something to your blood pressure. Maybe something else they were giving her. But why would they want to do it? That's the question. Lithium is an excuse to do blood work every 6 weeks. They were taking her blood every week. Dr. Drew is a freaking animal. True. The last person take medical advice from. You're funny for that. It's kind of same, but no. Listen to the professionals. Please. When your body is moving and you're reminded that you're alive. Thanks so much, MB, for the super chat. Part of the problem is Britney didn't try to fight back. Makes one question if she does have cognitive deficiency. No. Thanks for the super chat. I do disagree with this take, though. Britney told us very clearly the reason she did not fight back was because she would rather her relationship with her kids over her freedom. And she was very, very obviously told and specifically told if she tried to fight them, she would not see her kids. And everybody was in on it, including the kid's dad. She had no choice. She had a choice, but the choice would have been ruining any chance of seeing her kids. And she said, seeing her kids the closest she felt to God. So she didn't want to mess that up. You can gain 100 pounds on it and having people gaslight you from being fat, hence food control. Yep. Threatened her. Yeah. She was scared. Yep. Blackmail. Yep. 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 Flashbacks. People treating her like she's Frankenstein movie. Yep. You learn not to fight back because they retaliate. I'm sure y'all have seen through what's going on with me right now, what happens whenever you fight back against a narcissist or a literal crew of them. And just like Britney, I'll win. I felt anxious in my feet. Okay. When your body is moving and you're reminded that you're alive, that's all I wanted. And I could not move, which meant I began to wonder if I might actually be already half dead. I felt ruined. My ASS grew bigger from sitting in a chair for hours a day and probably from lithium. So much that none of my shorts fit anymore. I became estranged from my own body. I had terrible nightmares where I was running through a forest. Dreams that felt so real. Please wake up. Please wake up. Please wake up. I don't want it to be real. This is just a dream, I would think. If the idea of my being in that place was to heal, that was not the effect. I began to imagine myself as a bird without wings. You know how when you're a child, sometimes you run around with your arms outstretched, and with the wind moving over your arms for a second, it feels like you're flying? That's what I wanted to feel. Instead, every day, I felt like I was sinking into the earth. I did the program by myself for 2 months in Beverly Hills. It was hell. Like being in my very own horror movie. I watch scary movies. I have seen The Conjuring. I'm not that scared of anything. And after I'm not that scared of any oh sorry. I am not scared of anything after those months at the treatment center. Seriously. I'm not scared of anything now. Almost makes me wonder, like, were they doing some type of, like, Dr. Phil experimental virtual reality treatment on her, sitting her in that chair for all those hours? I mean, Dr. Phil does have a virtual reality mental health treatment, so, like, maybe Dr. Phil, because remember he was involved in this thing, like, early on in 2007, and then Lou Taylor was like, "Dr. Phil shouldn't have said anything." Remember in 2008, 2007, Dr. Phil got all involved? He has virtual reality. I wonder if that was what they were subjecting her to that made her so scared. I just wonder. I'm probably the least fearful woman alive at this point, but it doesn't make me feel strong. It makes me feel sad. I shouldn't I shouldn't be this strong. Those months made me too tough. I miss the days of being what in Kentwood we all used to call a sass ass. That time in the hospital took away my sassiness. In so many ways, it broke my spirit. After 2 months in the one building, I was moved to another, run by the same people. And I got that part highlighted, run by the same people, because she's telling us something, or somebody is. It's the same people running Bridges to Recovery that were running the other one that she was in for 2 months. She was in there for like 3 or 4 months total, but she had gotten moved around. Made so many calls out, and my insurance investigated them, and the industry is corrupt. Yes, rehabs are corrupt. Things to think about. Things to think about. I'm absolutely convinced she wrote this book. When she said they stole her fire, I believe her, Tiffany said. Um, After 2 months in one building, I was moved to another run by the same people. And at this one, I wasn't alone. Even though I used to prefer being by myself after 2 months in what felt like solitary confinement and on Lithium, it was honestly so much better to be around other patients. We were together all day. At night, each of us was left alone in an individual room. The doors made a pow sound as they shut. My first week, one of the other patients came into my room and said, "Why are you screaming so loud?" "Huh? I'm not screaming," I said. "We all hear you. You're screaming so loud." I looked around my room. I don't even have music playing. I later learned that sometimes she heard things that other people didn't hear, but that freaked me out. A very pretty girl arrived. So I have a conspiracy theory, and it's like, I don't even know if I believe this conspiracy theory. It's more just like a possible conspiracy theory. Like it's a possibility theory that they either hired or planted people to pretend to be patients in this thing with her, to like either gang stalk her, freak her out, say weird stuff, whatever. Or remember in her testimony, whenever she was like, people watch me change 3 times a day, my underwear, my body. They were looking at my body. I couldn't even close my door when I changed my clothes. Like security guards would be watching me, nurses would be watching me. They would just be looking at me. Thanks so much for the super chat, MB. Because if you okay, listen, let's use common sense. Let's use common sense. It's Britney damn Spears. Clearly and obviously, they're not just going to like look in the phone book to figure out which rehab to send her to. Team Con is going to pick a rehab run by people they trust and know, and people that they're going to do what Team Con wants them to do. They're not just going to randomly pick. It's just way too high of a risk and a liability for them to do that, right? It's obvious. I'm not going to argue with anybody on this. Obviously, they know, intimately know, and trust in some way the people at the center, right? And then Brittany said, it's the same people running the other one that I went to. So, hey, person, design a whole entire program just for Britney Spears. No other patients are going to be there for 2 months. And y'all think that was just some random throw a dart at the wall and see which? No. Okay. So that's first of all, which then by extension would mean Robin and TriStar and Jamie and all them, They pick very carefully who's gonna be in control of this stuff. And do you think just any old random nurse, any old random doctor, any old random therapist, just whoever shows up for Britney's no, they had a plan, they had a purpose, and they needed that to be effectuated. So one theory is they were all just kind of like hired and on the payroll. Another theory I've had is one way that they were making money while Britney was refusing to perform was to put sick freaks with more money than they knew what to. This is a conspiracy theory, okay? And I've never heard anyone else say it but me. Okay, so this is just what my crazy little mind came up with. But we know that Britney Spears' like personal items have sold for a lot of money, right? Like the hair she cut off in the 2007 thing sold for like $1 million. Underwear and pregnancy tests and stuff that Britney has left behind in hotel rooms has sold for thousands of dollars. Okay. So people are sick. Okay. They're sick and they buy this stuff. All right. So was to stop. Oh, I just saw an interview the other day with Britney. It came out the same day as her book with Jonathan Ross or something. I don't remember. Where they're making a joke that this guy, Jonathan Skarsgård or whoever, had paid a lot of money for Britney to have to kiss him on the cheek. We also know that the rich guy, Jao Lo, who's like, wanted for crimes in Malaysia or whatever now, the guy who funded Wolf of Wall Street, he paid thousands and thousands of dollars for Britney to jump out of his birthday cake while she was in the conservatorship. So we know there's sickos that'll pay money for hair and pregnancy tests and underwear. Y'all don't think there's a sicko who would pay to pretend to be a nurse or a security guard to watch Britney Spears take a bath? They weren't making money off Britney performing. She was refusing to do that. It's just a conspiracy theory, okay? It's just a conspiracy theory that people were paying to be these positions. Like there was actually nurses and stuff there, but like there was other people who were just sickos and they just wanted to like be around Britney and she wasn't performing. So I don't know. It's just a conspiracy theory. Reddit will have fun with that one. Okay. So the girl's screaming. The girl is screaming and oh no, the girl's here and screaming. Brittany said I didn't scream and it freaked me out that the girl thought I was screaming. Yeah, conjecture. It's just a conjecture. Who knows? It's not even a conjecture. Because a conjecture would mean that I sincerely believe it happened. I don't. I don't know if it happened. I sincerely believe it could have happened. I sincerely believe there's a market for it. But I don't know if they really did it. Um, I don't know. I don't know. So it's not a conjecture. It's just a theory of what something that could have happened. The market is there. The demand is there and the supply was there. So who knows? A very pretty girl arrived and became instantly popular. It felt like high school, where she was the cheerleader and I was the demoralized nerd. She skipped all of the meetings. Even though a lot of people there were wild as hell, I liked most of them. I don't speak legalese. It's all clicking now while Britt said it out of her mouth. Hunter believe that these were notes that she shared on Insta with her dictating the book as a ghostwriter. Maybe so. I think this controls Hollywood and they got the ability to hire people. You wouldn't be the only person that thought that. Okay. One girl came and she was popular. She skipped all of the meetings. Even though a lot of the people there were wild as hell, I liked most of them. One girl smoked thin cigarettes I had never seen before. She was adorable. And so were her cigarettes. I noticed that her dad would come and see her on the weekends. My family, meanwhile, had thrown me into that place and gone about their lives. I know you see my cigarettes, the adorable girl said to me one day. I bet you want to try one, don't you? I thought she'd never ask. Yes, I said. And so I smoked my first Capri cigarette with her and some other girls. A couple of people there had EATING disorders and they were distressingly skinny. I didn't eat that much myself. Between how little I was eating and how much blood I was giving for all these tests, I was amazed I wasn't wasting away. God must have been with me through that period of time. 3 months into my confinement, I started to believe that my little heart, whatever made me Britney, was no longer inside my body anymore. You know, I'm familiar with feeling this one time ever, and it was when I was working at that law firm for, like, 3 or 4 months. I started to feel like they were stripping the soul out of me, like, whatever actually made me me was being pulled from me 'cause it wasn't allowed. Like, I wasn't gonna be able to be me and work there. Like, I had to change. Obviously, what Britney was going through was about 10,000 times, 10,000,000, maybe even know, who knows, times more intense, but, like, that feeling of, like, unbecoming, like, you're you're un you're unraveling. Your sense of identity is like, what makes me me, I'm not gonna be able to be if I have to do this. I started to believe whatever made me Britney was no longer inside my body anymore. Something bigger must have been carrying me through because it was too much for me to bear alone. I look at the fact that I survived and I thank God that wasn't me. It was God. That was the end of 42. Recall, I feel a spiritual war is upon us. This is evil. New York City can do that for you. This is battle of the spirit. She did not talk about a facelift or plastic surgery. 43. The hardest part, another theory, they purposely put her in close contact with people in rehab who have serious yeah. Uh-huh. 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 I was thinking this too. Or just like not even that seriously mentally, whatever, and just be like, go in there and act crazy, girl. Go act. And then what if like 2 or 3 of them would have said, yeah, Brittany, we all heard you screaming last night. It starts to make you feel like the Joe Schmo show. Like, what? Like the Truman Show. Like, I have no doubt that it was a, like, Truman Show experience for Britney inside that rehab because it is Britney Spears. They will put you with different types of people. Jamie has a trailer. Um, okay. Or they were paid actors. Who knows? I mean, maybe they were just random patients, but, like, y'all really think that, like, Team Con is gonna let Britney be put in a rehab in a living facility with random people? That's very naive if you think that. I'm sorry. The hardest part, for chapter 43, the hardest part was that I believe that in front of the doctors or visitors, I had to pretend the whole time that I was okay. If I became flustered, it was taken as evidence that I was not improving. If I got upset and asserted myself, I was out of control and crazy. This part I have highlighted too. It reminded me of what I had always heard about the way they would test to see if someone was a witch in the olden days. They would throw the woman into a pond. If she floated, she was a witch and she would be killed. If she sank, she was innocent. And oh well, she was dead either way, but I guess they figured it was still good to know what kind of woman she had been. And this is something that the spokespeople from the ACLU had also said, that one of the inherent issues with conservatorships is that once somebody is in a conservatorship, they are guilty and they have to prove themselves innocent. And so if they do very well in the conservatorship, it is taken as proof that they needed it and that it's good for them. If they do very poor in the conservatorship, it is taken as proof that they still need help. And so it's a double-edged sword and you can't win. It's just like a witch trial. Like no matter what, the conservatorship has to stay in place no matter what. Brit's likely scared of being, yeah, imprisoned. Aren't we all? And especially her, which is a normal fear. She probably also has PTSD. Yeah. Yeah, it is eerie. Hard to change the status quo. Exactly. And they had to rely on lies to put her in the conservatorship. They said she had dementia. There's more to the story. Yeah, there's a lot more to the story about what happened in that rehab, and I don't think we're ever gonna know. I don't think we're ever gonna know unless somebody who was there just grows a conscience and comes out and says it. After a couple months, I called my father to beg him to let me go home, and he said, "I'm sorry. The judge is going to have to figure out what to do with you. It's up to the doctors right now, and I can't help you at all. I'm giving you to the doctors, and I can't help you. The strange part is, before they put me in that place, my dad had sent me a pearl necklace and a beautiful handwritten card for Christmas. I asked myself, why is he doing this? Who is he? What hurt me the most was that for years I had been saying in front of the cameras sorry. What hurt me the most was that for years he had been saying in front of the cameras, whether it was when I did the work bit video or when the conservatorship first started and we did the circus tour, that he was all about me and the boys. That's my baby girl, he would say right into the camera. I love her so much. I was stuck in a trailer with Lou's weird ass lackey, Robin, who I had grown to hate, while he talked about what a great dad he was to anybody who would listen. But now, when I was refusing to go to the new Vegas residency, when I was pushing back on tours, was I still his beloved baby girl? Apparently not. A lawyer would later say, your dad could have totally put a stop to all that. He could have told the doctors, no, this is too much. Let's let my daughter go home. But he didn't. I called my mom to ask her why everyone was acting like I was so dangerous. Well, I don't know. I don't know, she would say. I also texted my sister when I was in that place and I asked her to get me out. Stop fighting it, she texted back. There's nothing you can do about it, so stop fighting it. Along with the rest of them, she kept acting like I was a threat in some way. This will sound crazy, but I'll say it again because it's the truth. I thought they were going to try to kill me. I didn't understand how Jamie Lynn and our father had developed such a good relationship. She knew I was reaching out to her for help and she was dogging me. I felt like she should have taken my side. One of my girlfriends who helped me change clothes every night in the underground changing room during my Vegas run later said, Britney, I had 3 or 4 nightmares when you were at that center, and I would wake up in the middle of the night. I had dreams that you killed yourself in that place, and I dreamed that Robin, the lady who was your so-called nice assistant, called me and proudly said, yeah, she died in that place. My friend said she worried about me the whole time. Several weeks into my stay, I was struggling to stay hopeful when one of the nurses, the only one who was real as hell, called me over to her computer. Look at this, she said. I peered at her computer and I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It was women on a talk show talking about me and the conservatorship. One was wearing a Free Britney t-shirt. The nurse showed me clips of other things too. Fans saying they were trying to figure out if I was being held somewhere against my will, talking about how much my music meant to them and how they hated to think how I was suffering now and they wanted to help. And just by doing that, they did help. All the things the nurse was seeing, everyone at the hospital was seeing too. The doctor eventually noticed that people around the world were asking why I was still locked up. It was all over the news. The same way I believe that I can somehow sense someone's feelings in Nebraska, I think my connection to my fans helped them subconsciously know I was in danger. We have a connection no matter where we are in space. Even if you are on the other side of the country or the world, on some level, we are bound up together. Fans of mine, even though I hadn't said anything online or in the press about being confined, they just seemed to know. Seeing them marching in the streets chanting Free Britney, that was the most amazing thing I had ever seen in my life. I know some people laughed at it. They saw the pink t-shirts with my name on them and said, what kind of cause is this? But if they really knew what I was going through and understood the connection I have with my fans, I don't think they would have laughed. The truth is, I was being held against my will. And I did long to know that people might care whether I lived or died. Conspiracy theory. It was a conspiracy theory. They don't have a clue. These Free Britney people don't have a clue. The truth is, I was being held against my will. And I did long to know that people might care whether I lived or died. What do we have except our connections to one another? And what stronger bond? Ooh, I know. It does feel so validating, like, in a personal way, like, I remember being on the phone with people from my law firm and them saying, "Don't you want to only be saying true things? Like, what if it's not what if your suspicions aren't true? Like, you wouldn't wanna be saying things that are not true." And I was like, "I don't. And I don't think I have said anything that's untrue. And if you have evidence that it's not true, show it to me and I'll correct." But he was, like, so adamant based on what Lou Taylor's lawyers had told him, lies, that my career was in jeopardy over it with no evidence. And, like, I don't really talk about it a lot, but I've made some pretty tremendous personal sacrifices because I just believed Britney Spears was imprisoned, and we didn't have proof. We just had our feelings. And I know in this part of the book, she's not talking about me because I wasn't around at this time. I didn't know about it. I didn't come around till 2020, so the next year. But I just knew. Y'all just knew. It's we just knew. And all these people calling us conspiracy theorists and don't have a clue and crazed, obsessed fans and all of that. And it's like, the truth is, I was being held against my will. There was a moment in time, it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget. There was a moment in time for years of moments in time. Thank you for the super chat, XM. Years of moments in time, years, where saying the phrase Britney Spears is being held against her will got you designated as like a certain category of person. And it wasn't a good one. And people did fight and I mean, thank you to these people who were doing this because I wouldn't have known about it. I wouldn't have known about it either. These first Free Britney like pioneers, Junior Olivas, a dear friend. I mean, we're not like super close. We don't talk all the time, but I count him as to be a friend. They, before anybody, they were looking at timelines. They were saying, no, the girl is being held against her will. And they were abused, stalked, harassed, threatened. And they were right. Yeah. And poor Britney. Yeah. Yep. It's hard to know where she'd be today. It's hard to know. What do we have except our connections to one another? Indeed. What do we have? What do we have? I mean, that's kind of like what all art really is. It's a creative expression to be seen and heard and shared by others. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you so much for the super chat and the comment, the words of encouragement. Sorry. Shannon said, BJ, you were making me cry. And I'm outside my daughter's school with like hundreds of people. Thank God for sunglasses. Amen. Thank God for sunglasses. They owe me an apology. They sure do. They sure do. And really the bad thing about it is, y'all, the two people that really were put in charge of like being the enforcers against me. I really actually had already established relationships with them and I liked them. So it was like a betrayal because these two specific people, they knew my heart. They knew my motivations and they knew I was coming from a good place. But just like I felt like my soul was being ripped out of my own body, that's what happens to these two. And it happened to these two and they had to play along or else that light just got so bright. They had to play along. Let's see if I can adjust this light. They had to play along or else, everybody in the matrix. That's why I had to get out. I mean, a big reason why I knew for sure I needed to get out was because I saw what happens to people, even well-meaning people or whatever. You have to play along. Whew, okay. What do we have except our connections to one another? And what stronger bond is there than music? Everyone who spoke out for me helped me survive that hard year, and the work they did helped me win my freedom. I do not think people knew how much the Free Britney movement meant to me, especially in the beginning. Toward the end, when the court hearings were going on, seeing people advocating for me meant a whole lot. But when it first happened, that really got my heart because I was not okay at all. And the fact that my friends and fans sensed what was happening and did all that for me, that is a debt I can never repay. If you stood up for me when I couldn't stand up for myself, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You're welcome, Brittany. And it brings to mind some of her friends, like what's that one? Nick Carter, who said that was it Nick? That's his name? Nick Carter, yeah. Who said that Brittany's family and Jamie Lynn and everybody was all in charge and everything was fine and all is well. That wasn't a friend. That wasn't a friend. That ain't who she's talking to. Not thank you, Nick Carter. No thanks to you. Mario Lopez, no thanks to you. You never spoke up. Nope, no thanks to you. Not Aaron, his brother. Oh, Lance Bass. Sorry, I slandered Nick Carter on accident. It was Lance Bass. Lance Bass. And then his husband got into it with me online one day too, telling we were all crazy and everything else. Well, he probably deleted all those tweets because turns out, even though that was their good friend, I was right, they were wrong. So, or was it? Was it both of them? I think it was not Nick Carter. Lance Bass. It was Lance Bass. It was Lance Bass. It was Lance. Yes, because his husband was, yes. Perez Hilton. You are no friend. It was one of them, Victoria, but I'm going to tell you one thing. Once you have that first major split off, every major decision now becomes that. Like you are constantly tempted in the desert to get off on the devil exit. Once you make that first major one, it's almost like the temptation gets worse. I'll leave it at that. Wouldn't that be fun? I wouldn't even want to do an interview. I would just want to do stuff like climbing trees and having a crawfish boil and just like hanging out, to be honest. Nick Carter deserves slander anyway. No, he didn't. It was not Nick Carter. Let the record reflect. It was Lance Bass. Nick Carter, I apologize to you. Let the record reflect. It was not Nick Carter. I do have screenshots somewhere. I have to be reminded of what his name. Exactly. Welcome, Zappa Happy. Hope you screenshot it. Yeah, I did. AJ McLean talked about how sad she looked. Yeah, and Tinashe also, she's a friend. She spoke out. She said free Britney. Yes, not Nick Carter, Lance Bass. Exactly. Okay. I know I wanted to. Don't apologize to that man. Exactly. I mean, listen, I'm not apologizing for everything in life, but I will say he wasn't the perpetrator of the allegations I was making. It was Lance Bass. There. Angel, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, BJ. Not only did you help Brittany, but you have also heavily influenced me in my life and how I will choose to live my life as a person going forward. Thank you for being a light and giving. That's so nice. Thank you. Can extra corn and potatoes for me, Vic say. Okay, so that was the end of chapter 43. Moving right along. We're almost done, y'all. What are we going to do next? Chapter 44. When I finally returned to my home and my dogs and my kids, I was ecstatic. Guess who wanted to come visit me? Oh, this chapter is. Guess who wanted to come visit me? The first week I was back, my family. We're so proud of you, Brittany. Oh no, it's Jamie. Let me do my voice. We're so proud of you, Brittany. My dad said, "You did it. Now we all want to come stay with you." But by this point, I could fully see through his bullshit. I knew what he was really saying was, "I can't wait to see your money. I mean, you." And so they came. My father, my mom, my sister, with her daughters, Maddie and Ivy. I was a shell of myself. I was still on lithium, which made my sense of time really hazy. Comment in the comments below or the live chat if you're here live. Have you taken lithium? If yes, can you explain in any way about this sense of time being hazy thing? Because it makes me wonder, does it make people not know maybe perhaps like what their age is or answer questions about time in a weird way? Like for example, if someone were to ask you like how long you had been in a city, would you know for sure? Is like, I don't know. I've never taken lithium. I don't know. Just asking y'all. Um, I know. I know. Me too. I'm getting emotional at work too, y'all. This is work. Okay. And they came. I was a shell of myself, still on lithium, made my sense of time really hazy, and I was scared. It crossed my mind that they were only visiting to finish off what they started a few months earlier, to kill me for real. It crossed her mind that her family was coming to unalive her. If that sounds paranoid, consider all the things I had been through up until this point. The ways in which they had deceived and institutionalized me. And so I played the game. If I'm nice to them, they won't ever try to KILL me again, I thought. Thank you, Court Arad, for the super chat. Legal knew a book would be good for case. Brit knew it would be good for money. Her team did all the work, fed us headlines in a funnel for a year, leading up to bleep news the day before. I won't say this is what I for sure think. What I will say is I won't be surprised if this is exactly how it happened. I think this would be fine to believe. I almost believe it. I could be open to this. Thank you for keeping your integrity intact. Thank you for the super chat, Robin. Court Ard, thank you again. The book where she talks about all these stories they put in our heads. Big data will get you every time. Good for you, Britt. The book where she talks about all the stories they put in our head. You know, I will say on this one, Court Ard, good point. It's a good point. It's a good point. Affected memory. To this day, he has memory problems. I shouldn't have even been on it. They misdiagnosed my PTSD as bipolar when I was a teenager. One of the most powerful. And they've been using it a long time to pipe down powerful women. Look at Britney's grandmother, great grandmother, whoever it was. I think her family, eek, Lou, like and share. It is horrible. I had serotonin syndrome twice while on it. Never felt the same since. I don't know what that is, but it sounds bad. Yeah, true. True. Y'all are funny for this. No, she did not. She did not mention Sam Asghari in the facility at all. It does seem like at the time this book was written, she was still on decent terms with him. Or at least that's what they're trying to make us think. If it sounds paranoid to you that Britney believed her family was trying to finish the job they started months earlier and unalive her, she says, consider all the things I had been through up until this point. The ways in which they had deceived and institutionalized me. And so I played the game. If I'm nice to them, they won't ever try to keep me again, I thought. And I was a censor for KILL me again. For 3.5 months, I had barely a hug from anybody. It makes me want to cry. How strong my little heart had to be. It makes us want to cry too. But my family walked into my house like nothing had happened, like I hadn't just endured an almost unbearable trauma in that place. "Oh, hey girl, what you doing?" Jamie Lynn said, sounding chipper. She and my mother and the girls were always hanging around in my kitchen. Jamie Lynn had scheduled all these TV show meetings when she was in LA. My dad would go with her to the meetings in Hollywood, and then she would come back loud and happy. "What's up, boys?" she would shout, walking into the kitchen and seeing my sons. She really found her mojo, and I was happy for her. At the same time, I didn't particularly want to be around it just then. "Oh my God, I have this really great idea for me and you," she would say after coming back from yet another meeting as I leaned practically comatose against the countertop. "Get this, a sister talk show." Every time she spoke, it was a new scheme. A sitcom, a rom-com. She talked for what felt like hours at a time. And while I looked at the floor and sorry, she talked for what felt like hours at a time while I looked at the floor and listened. And the phrase echoing around in my head was, "What the is going on?" Once my reading something else stuff. Oh my God, that is so crazy. For the purpose of getting enough of her voice sample. Experience partial alienation and it's real and it's painful. Yeah. And that happens like once you start to become any level of either famous where you're worth a lot of money or have some notoriety where you're actually affecting change. Like, for example, leading more than one global socio-political human rights movements. People start to come and attack your interpersonal relationships for the purpose of alienating you. So I've had team cons in my life approach my personal friends, lifelong friends, family members for the purpose of intel gathering and specifically the purpose of creating discord between myself and my very close friends who I actually do rely on as part of my sort of community. It's happened many, 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 many times, more than one. And honestly, maybe I'll write a book. But it's part of it is to alienate. I mean, unfortunately for them, I am connected to the mothership. So you can I'll be just as happy to be in solitary confinement. Give me an internet connection. I'm just fine. I don't need nobody. I like it. Like Britney said, what's the purpose of it if it ain't for human connection? But keep trying. Once my family left my house after that terrible visit, I started to really feel what I had been through. And I was left with nothing but a blind rage. They had punished me for what? For supporting them since I was a child? This is giving Bam Margera. He said he's the Britney Spears. Y'all saw he got a Britney Spears tattoo on his neck? He said he is the Britney Spears of Jackass. He's the man Britney Spears, he said. I was left with nothing but blind rage. They punished me for what? Supporting them since I was a child? How had I managed not to bleep myself in that place? Put myself out of my misery like you would bleep a lame horse? Interesting about the horse reference because Jamie did refer to Britney as like a racehorse in a court. How had I I believe that almost anyone else in my situation would have. I believe almost anyone else would have as well. Thinking about how close I came to doing just that, I wept. Then something happened to knock me out of my stupor. In August, my father was arguing with Sean Preston, who was 13 at the time. My son went to lock himself in a bedroom to end the fight. And my dad broke down the door and shook him. Kevin filed a police report, and my father was barred from seeing the kids. I knew I had to summon one more round of strength to fight one last time. It had been such a long road of finding faith and losing it again, of being pushed down and getting back up, of chasing freedom only for it to slip right out of my grasp. If I was strong enough to survive everything I'd survived, I could take a chance and ask for just a little bit more from God, aka her mothership. I made that part up. I was going to ask with every bit of my mother bleep, blood, and skin. Another blood reference for the end of the conservatorship. Because I did not want those people ruining my life anymore. I didn't even want them in my goddamn kitchen. I didn't want them to have the power to keep me from my children or from my house or from my dogs or from my car ever again. If I can manifest anything, I thought, let me manifest an end to this. Okay. That was the end of chapter 44. Chapter 45. This is a good sentence. Is this my hair? Yeah. The first step towards securing my freedom was for people to begin to understand that I was still a real person. And I knew that I could do that by sharing more of my life on social media. I started trying on new clothes and modeling them on Instagram, and I found it incredibly fun. Even though some people online thought it was odd, I didn't care. When you've been sexualized your whole life, it feels good to be in complete control over the wardrobe and the camera. I try to get back in touch with my creativity and to follow visual and music artists on Instagram. I came across a guy making trippy videos, and one was just a baby pink screen with a white tiger with pink stripes walking across it. Seeing that, I felt a natural urge to create something myself. And I started playing around with a song. At the beginning of it, I added the sound of a baby laughing, and I thought it was different. Sam said, "Don't put a baby laughing in it." I listened to his advice and took it out, but a while later, another account I followed posted a video with a baby laughing, and I was jealous. I should have done that, I thought. That creepy laughing baby should have been my thing. I don't know why it had to be creepy, Brittany. Sometimes it's cute. Maybe it was creepy in the context. Um, Artists are weird, you know? Yes, we are, girl. We're not really weird. It's the ones that don't get it that's weird. Y'all think it's weird. It's not weird. It's like a vision comes in your mind, you see it, and then you have to put it in the world. It's called creation. Maybe you should look it up, people who don't get it. But it does often come across as artists are weird, but we're really not. There were so many people in the industry at that time thinking I was out of my mind. At a certain point, I would rather be crazy and able to make what I want than a good sport and do what everyone else tells me to do without being able to actually express myself. And on Instagram, I wanted to show that I existed. I do think so. I'm gonna keep that part to myself. There were so many people in the industry thought I was crazy. I exist. Okay. I also found myself laughing more. Transported by comedians, she named some comedians. I developed such respect for their wit and their cleverness, how they use language to get under people's skin and to make them laugh. That's a gift. Thanks, Britt. I think she's talking about me on this part. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hearing them use their voices, being so distinctively themselves, reminded me that was something I could do too. When I made videos on social media or even just in a caption, humor made it possible for me not to get consumed by the bitterness. It is true. Humor is something that makes you able to heal better, and it's something that people in the South have often used. It's oppressed groups have used humor to kind of just, if you can't laugh at it, you have to waller in it. I mean, it helps sometimes. I also understand the people that don't want to laugh at stuff. And they're like, there's nothing funny about this. Like, let's not laugh. Um, Humor made it possible for me not to get so consumed by the bitterness. I've always admired people in the entertainment industry who have sharp wit. Laughter is the cure for everything. People might laugh because things I post are innocent or strange, or because I can get mean when I'm talking about people who have hurt me. Maybe this has been a feminist awakening. I guess what I'm saying is the mystery of who the real me is to my advantage because nobody knows. True. Nobody knows who the real Britney is. And that is something in the New York Times documentary. They say, like, nobody really knows who Britney is because she's just been a character for decades. Waller. Yeah, exactly. Waller. Exactly. That's a good, but that word fits. My kids laugh at me sometimes, and when they do it, I don't mind so much. They've always helped change my perspective on the world. Since they were little, they've always seen things differently, and they're both so creative. Sean Preston is a genius at school. He's really, really bright. Jaden has such an incredible gift with the piano. It gives me chills. So we've got a little art and a little science, maybe a little yin and a little yang in the kids. Before the pandemic, they were with me for delicious dinners 2 or 3 nights a week. They were always sharing amazing things that they made and explaining to me what they were excited about. Mom, check this painting that I made. Check out this painting that I made, one of them would say, and I would tell them what I saw. And then they would say, "Yeah, but now mom, look at it like this." And I would see even more in what they made. I love for I love them for their depth and their character, their talent and their goodness. As we entered a new decade, everything was just starting to make sense again. And then COVID hit. For the first months of lockdown, I became even more of a homebody than I had already been. I spent days, weeks sitting in my room listening to self help audiobooks. Girl, that's what I did at the beginning of the pandemic, too. Staring at the wall or making jewelry bored out of my mind. When I'd run through a ton of self help audiobooks, I moved on to storytelling ones, anything that turned up under the heading of imagination, especially any book that had a narrator with a British accent. But out in the world, the security team imposed by my father kept enforcing rules. One day I was on the beach and I took off my mask. Security ran over to scold me. I was reprimanded and grounded for weeks. Because of the way quarantines were and his work schedule, I did not have Sam with me, and I was so lonely, I even got to missing my family. I called my mom and said, "I want to see you guys." She said, "We're shopping right now. Gotta go. We'll call you later." And then they didn't. The rules of lockdowns were different in Louisiana, and they were always out and about. Eventually, I gave up on getting them on the phone and went to Louisiana to see them. They seemed so free there. Why did I keep talking to them? I'm not sure. Why do we ever stay in dysfunctional relationships? For one thing, I was still scared of him, and I wanted to make nice. My father still legally was me, and he never hesitated to point out. Oh, sorry. My father legally, my father still legally was me, as he never hesitated to point out, though I hoped not for long. It was during this period of time with my family that I learned that while I had been in the mental facility, they'd thrown away a lot of what I had stored at my mother's house. The Madame Alexander dolls I had collected as a girl were all gone. So were 3 years worth of my writing. I had a binder full of poetry that had real meaning for me, all gone. They probably were auctioned off. If I had to guess, they were auctioned. When I saw the empty shelves, I felt an overwhelming sadness. I thought of the pages I had written through tears. I never wanted to publish them or anything like that, but they were important to me. And my family had thrown them in the trash, just like they had thrown me away. Then I pulled myself together and I thought, I can get a new notebook and I can start over. I've been through a lot. The reason why I am alive today is because I know joy. It was time to find God again. In that moment, I made peace with my family, by which I mean I realized I never wanted to see them again, and I was at peace with that. Madame Alexander dolls are also worth money, and they're highly collectible. I think I might have had one. It was like everybody chipped in and got me one for Christmas or something. They keep telling me I need rehab again. Facts. I'm not to anything, and neither was yeah, I mean, yeah, they probably sold it, I mean, for sure. 25% of what goes to Brit? I report on surrealist artists and involuntary commitment. Love that. Psychologically abusive. I've had people take things to hurt me too. Yes. They are. They are kinda creepy, and now, like, I don't really have stuff in my house. Like, I have stuff here, like, on the little background and stuff, but, like, out and about in my house, just walking in the night, I don't really come in like, this is where I work. I'm at work. If I'm in this room, I'm at work, so it's different. But, like, out and about in my house, I don't like objects that has eyes on it unless it's something like, like a god, like a Hindu, like, statue or something, like, I don't like stuff that got eyes on it, like paintings of people and stuff, like, I feel like it's watching me. I don't know. I'm weird. I do feel like I'm starting to turn into, like, a superstitious Louisiana auntie, though, like, stuff people used to say when I was a kid, and I don't think they were crazy for it, like, "I don't like stuff with eyes in my house." It's like, "Mm-mm, no, I get it now. I don't want a porcelain doll sitting looking at me." Okay, chapter 46. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Brittany seems like a sentimental hoarder to me, and she probably keeps just a few items for sentimental value because everything's been stripped and stolen from her, or taken, or lost, or misplaced, or whatever. They do know. They do know, and y'all know too. I know. I know. I know. And me and Prim realized lately that we're starting to become like auntie and uncle like age group. Like even though we don't have kids, it's like we have legitimately have nephew, nieces, whatever. But it's like now when we go to the weddings, we're not like with the young crew with the taking shots at the bar. We're kind of with the older people sitting down. Like we're at the wedding, we want to be here and stuff, but we really want to be on our couch. So we're just sitting at the table eating our, butter chicken or whatever. And it's like, well, Prim's a vegetarian, so he don't eat that. But you know what I mean? Like I do think I'm starting to be like auntie age. Like kids are starting to like talk to us more like we're adults instead of like, I don't know. I'm always wearing like, kiddish stuff. So the kids still kind of like treat me a little as a kid. But the age range, yes, auntie, full auntie age. Yep. 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 This is not, you would not be the only person to have this theory, Hannah. I've seen this theory that those notebooks is what this book is. Um, Thanks so much, Starseed. Oh, I like that name too. Mariah's very similar to Britney. Also want to know what the connection is. Constantly brought up and was seen at dinner with Britney. Yeah, well, she's spoken out about the industry a lot. Yeah, yeah. Can't talk about old movies to the kids. No. Yeah, like, it's like a dish. Why do we stay? Right? Why do we stay in? Why? I can relate to this. Who put a hand up emoji? Put a hand, raise your hand in the live chat or in the comments if you have a family member or more than one who you know for a fact is dysfunctional, you know for a fact is toxic, you know for a fact is abusive, but there's like this like family member shaped sized hole in your heart. And you know, what it's going to do when you go back to them. You know what's going to happen when you call them up. You know it's going to turn into a fight. You know they haven't learned how to act. You know they're still up to the no good. And it's just like, but you just long for it. Maybe just this one time. Just this once. Just this, maybe we can have a pleasant interaction during the pandemic. No, no. Look at all the hands. Yeah, and Princess is saying maybe it's because that we have no way out. Wait, where is she? Because we have no way out or just want them to love us. Sometimes it's no way out. But sometimes, like what Brittany is describing, she went to them. But then she's saying, "Why did I do that?" Y'all are probably wondering. I don't freaking know. Why do any of us stay in a dysfunctional relationship? And all y'all are raising y'all's hands. Good naps when you wake up, you see the clock and it's 6 and you don't know if it's 6 a.m. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so Daniel says a relative who took lithium said it felt like taking one of those good naps. That when you wake up, you see the clock and you don't really know if it's 6 a.m., 6 p.m., if you're the same day. How many chapters? I think it's 49. We're almost done. We're close. It's human instinct and codependency. Yep. All right. Chapter 46. The court appointed lawyer who had been with me for the 13 years had never been much of a help. But during the pandemic, I started to wonder whether maybe I could use him to my advantage. With a prayer like consistency, I began to speak to him twice a week just to meditate on my options. Was he working for me or for my father and Lou? Or for my father and Lou? While he talked about the issue, I would think, you don't seem to believe in what I know. I know where I'm going with this. I'm going all the way to the end. Oh, I'm going all the way to end it. I can tell you're not going to get this done. And of course he wouldn't. He was making $500,000 a year on this conservatorship. And I'm sure that he had a lot of business investments and life investments and things. Depending on the $500,000 a year, he had no financial incentive to help Britney get out of this conservatorship. Finally, I hit a turning point. There was honestly no more that he could do for me. I had to take control. I stayed quiet publicly about the whole thing, but I was praying in my head for it to end. I mean, real prayer. And one day on a different platform, I'm going to tell y'all about an experience. We'll say a spiritual experience that I had in September of 2020, which seems about the time that this all started popping off. The court appointed. So she went home. It was so before September 2020, I would have said I was an atheist. Put it that way. I would have said I was raised evangelical Christian, kind of like a sort of offshoot of Pentecostal, full gospel, whatever. Hated that. There were kernels of it that seemed like maybe onto something, but for the most part, the way that religion was kind of offered to me, given to me, it was like, no way that thing that y'all are talking about is what's in control of good and evil and bad in our lives and no, don't add up, don't make sense. And at the time, I wasn't aware of a frame of reference of anything else besides like that's God and that's what it is. So I had this experience in September 2020 that I can't disclose fully right now, but it basically made it to where I no longer could ever say that I'm an atheist. Like, if you want to be and you are still, I know why you are. I was there too, girl. No problem. Not judging. Maybe you're even still right. But in my mind, I will never be convinced, ever be convinced that there's not something, And right now, I'm kind of on a little bit of a personal journey to try and figure out what's the something. That's why I'm reading like ancient Hindu texts and, from the Sikh religion. I've even started to read the Bible again from the Aramaic translation straight to English and stuff like that because I don't really know what it is. I know I get my little downloads from the mothership. I know there's feelings, intuitions. I know there's certainly like a divine protection whenever you're walking in your purpose. In my opinion, I don't know if any of these religions got it right. I won't bury the lead. I'm not sure that any religion really as it is practiced today has it correct. Maybe they started off right, all that. But it was right around this exact same time where Brittany's like, I started praying. And in this like profound experience that I had in September 2020, I kind of went to another dimension. It felt like I left this earth. It felt like I left and went somewhere else. I don't really want to get into the whole explanation at this time. It sounds crazy. I'm crazy. Don't worry about it. When I went to this other place during this experience, Britney Jean Spears was there. Not only was she there, but she and I were the same. I was Britney Spears, but she was also like that surprise witness or like Brittany Corville or whatever. You know what I mean? Like we were each other and we were both there. And I was like her and I was feeling everything she could feel. And she was me and she could feel everything I could feel. But we were also both each other. It's like words don't really describe what it was. I don't really know how to put it into words. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's Jesus. I don't know. I'm not really sure. But in this place, maybe Jesus was there too. Maybe that's what it was. I really don't know. I don't know. That's my point. I don't know. But I know for sure there's something. I can't say I'm an atheist. That's what I'm trying to say. Well, in this experience, I was there, Brittany was there, and we both like downloaded each other's like hard drives or something. I don't know. It's hard to explain. But right at the time that she's saying I needed to find God is right whenever I could no longer, like, in good faith say I was an atheist, and it was, like, the height of the Free Britney movement, and I was front and center, and so, I don't know, it's just interesting the serendipity or the, synchronicity, I should say. I know. Imma do it somewhere else. Imma do it probably not here just because I don't know what I'm allowed to say and promote, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. Yeah, energy. I don't really know. I don't yeah, we did. I mean, we were there. We were there. And it wasn't like necessarily happy and good either. It was like there was love all over. There was other people there too. It wasn't just me and Brittany. I'll tell you about who the other people were too. It was Jamie Spears was there and me and him were the same person too, which really freaked me out. But like there in that dimension, it just made sense. Like me and him were the same somehow. And like I still honestly have a little identity crisis about it because I'm like, he was there too. And like other people who I don't like at all in this reality were there. And like we were the same. We were all the same. That sounds like really reductive. It was much more profound. But yeah, we were in the 5D. We were somewhere, girl. Yes. Yeah, exactly, girl. Yeah, it was crazy. But that experience, Jamie Spears as a girl, no. No, he was a man and I was the man and he was me and I was him. I don't know. It's hard to explain. If you've been through a thing like that, you probably know, but unless you have, um, yeah, it's interesting. It was kind of like a dream. Yeah, yeah. She probably does. Yeah, no, and it was very deep. It was very deep. It was something that like I can't describe having ever had that profound of an experience like in this human form. And I don't really honestly feel like my consciousness left my human form and I was just kind of like a body for like 18 minutes or something. But anyway, all right. Chapter 47. Uh oh wait, hold on. No, we're not there yet. Okay. So, on the night of June 22nd, 2021, from my home in California, I called 911 to report my father for conservatorship abuse. Okay, so this is what Court Arid was saying. All of these things Brittany's talking about in this book are things that have been in the news. And so it's like none of it's like brand new information except a few things that were still teased in the news. This was heavily reported that Brittany had called to report her father for conservatorship abuse on June 22nd, 2021. The time between when I started pushing hard to end the conservatorship and when it finally ended was a rough period in limbo. I did not know how things would turn out. Meanwhile, I couldn't say no to my dad or make my own way yet, and it felt like every day there was another documentary about me on yet another streaming service. This was what was going on when I learned that my sister would be coming out with a book. I was still under my father's control, and I couldn't say anything to defend myself. I wanted to explode. No, it wasn't this, but it could have had something to do with something similar to that. This I think I can actually do without having that experience. But I wouldn't tell a lot of people that you can do this because then they start saying you're schizophrenic and they start trying to conservatorship or jail you. Yeah, you went somewhere else, right? Oh, I went through awakening in 2018, completely changed my life. Yep. Right before she spoke out. Yes, it was like the day or 2 days before she spoke out. Um, Unfortunately, I was brought out of stop, Zappa. You weren't done yet. You had to stay here. Was my child? Did she do the people interview? Through the phone, I think they said. Um, it might have been this. I'm pretty sure it's exactly that, Emily. Um, welcome to memberships, Nikki. Projection does exist. Some of us just knew. Yep. Yeah, no, and there's just yes. I can make a video about this actually, if y'all want. Probably have to put it somewhere else as well, but there's so many people that have experiences like this meant to happen to give you an awakening. And I got woke. I got awoke. Aw, princess. I hope things turn around for you. Breathing exercises. Oh my God. I didn't mean to highlight that one. I'm so sorry, Tracy. Breathing exercises, aka pranayama. Pranayama. You're supposed to say the words how they're supposed to be said, but y'all, I mean, English is my first language. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll make a video. Maybe it'll be like a members only, or like on Patreon or something. I'll make a video about astral projection. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely think Vic said higher up. I stopped telling people about my gifts because they will think you crazy. Yeah, if you tell people that you get messages from the mothership and it's not fellow mothership members, first of all, they wish they could, so they get jealous. And then second of all, they don't get it. So just keep it to yourself. Court R, yes. You went somewhere, place, and it was crazy. Please think about replacing the word crazy with the word significant anytime. Yeah, and see, Court Art, I did do this for quite a while. And then I started realizing that I want to reappropriate the term crazy because they shouldn't be able to steal our word. I'm using the word that they're going to use against me. You know what I mean? Like, oh, also thank you for the super chat. Like people have used the word crazy to describe me, and so in my opinion, I'm reappropriating it. I did for a while not use the word crazy or insane, and I would say wild a lot, but it's kind of like, wait, I am a victim of that word being. I say I get messages from the mothership, or I say I get downloads and I hear voices. It's not hearing voices. I don't hear voices. Let the record reflect. It's different. It's like you hear an internal monologue in a different voice than your own. It's not like I audibly hear voices in the room. It's inside. People call me crazy for that. And it's like, why do I have to be a victim of the word crazy? And also, I'm not allowed to use the word crazy, but I do see where you're coming from. And I do understand, like, if somebody tells me, like, I don't want you to refer to me as that, or, something like that, of course, I never would. But like situations being crazy and stuff like that, I am a little more careful with how I use it. But also, I'm kind of sick of my language being policed. It's like a little rebellious as well. But thank for the super chat. I went somewhere in place and time with Jamie and me. I was him. But I see what you're saying, Court Ard, but significant isn't what I was trying to say. I was trying to say it made me feel something I never felt before. And it was significant. The whole experience, it was profound. It was significant, but like, crazy does describe something else. And I wish there was a word that wasn't that, because I do think it's kind of vague, but it's like it was mind blowing, like mind altering, like it was something to do with my mind. It wasn't just significant or important. Does that make sense? But maybe there's another word. Maybe there's something different. Was it the one no, I've never done anything you sniff. Nothing. Never. I don't even use Flonase. I can't sniff stuff. Never once ever have I done anything you sniff. Never. Probably never will, because I can't. Like, even when I get like prescription sinus stuff, like I can't do nose spray. It's on the astral. Yeah, people don't want to move. Yeah, exactly. Irregular. Awakening would be kind of. None of these quite get to it. But I see what y'all mean. Light bulb moment, certainly. It wasn't a light bulb moment, but light bulb moment would describe something being like a realization. And I still didn't really realize anything from it, even 3 years later. Like, it's just weird because I don't like the man. Crazy is exactly what I mean. I don't like him. I don't respect him. But for some reason in this world, I was him and he was me. And it was kind of violating and creepy in a way too. It wasn't good. It wasn't like, oh, it was so enlightening. It was it grossed me out. It disgusted me. But it was all of that, And I feel like crazy kind of like gets at all this, like, it's bad, it's good, it's weird, I don't know. You know what I mean? Okay. But I don't refer to people as crazy. I don't think. I try not to. I'll say that. Chapter 47. No, I'm not there yet. Okay. Still under my father's control. Okay. Okay. That's what was going on when I first learned my sister would be coming out with a book. I was still under my father's control. I couldn't say anything to defend myself. I wanted to explode. Seeing the documentaries about me was rough. I understand that everyone's heart was in the right place, but I was hurt that some old friends spoke to filmmakers without consulting me first. I was shocked that people I had trusted went on camera. I didn't understand how they could talk about me behind my back like that. If it was me, I would have called my friend to see if it was okay if I talked about her. There was so much guessing about what I must have thought or felt. And on this is yet another thing where we saw that on the Instagram and now it's conveniently in the book. My shadow? Who's my shadow? Um, but here's the thing. I understand why, if Britney does feel this way, I understand why she would. But I also wish that she would understand that it's very likely that the people that were on these documentaries did not have any way to get in touch with her. I mean, there's security guards on at the gates around her house. Like, I highly doubt Jamie Spears was going to be letting Felicia Colada give Britney a call and have an old chat like friends. You know what I mean? I hope that Britney has, since this was written, come to understand what the real circumstances were, because I truly don't believe that Felicia was trying to go and like gossip about Britney behind her back when she went on those documentaries. I truly don't. I truly believe, and I don't know Felicia, I've never spoken to her, never. But I believe from what I can see from her body language and just how long she's been around and her house and her level of involvement and all of that, like, I believe she was concerned that Britney was being held against her will, and I believe that she was trying to do what was best, and she was trying to help Britney. I do believe that. But does that mean Britney isn't entitled to still not like it? Of course not. She's of course entitled to feel how she feels about it. Um, there was so much guessing about what I must have thought or felt. And I'm sure Felicia would have loved to have talked to her. And that's the only one I can really think of right now. Maybe there's some other ones. Um, I'm only talking about Felicia. Um, Can someone tell me the account name for Rabbit? Yes, Down the Rabbit Hole News is the name of her channel. Down the Rabbit Hole News. Okay, now we're finally getting to 47. I'm kind of doing more talking now too, because we're about to be done. Then what are we going to do? Chapter 47. Quote, Miss Spears, you may feel free to address me. That was Brenda Penny. The voice crackled through the phone. I was in my living room. It was an ordinary summer afternoon in Los Angeles. No, it wasn't, girl. It wasn't ordinary. The electricity was in the air at that rally. On June 23rd, 2021, I was finally due to address a Los Angeles probate court on the subject of the conservatorship. And I knew the world was listening. I had been practicing for this for days. But now that the moment was here, the stakes felt overwhelming. Not least because I knew, since I had asked for this hearing to be open to the public, that millions of people would be listening to my voice as soon as I was done speaking. My voice, it was everywhere, all over the world, on the radio, television, the internet. But there were so many parts of me that had been suppressed. But there were so many parts of me that had been suppressed. My voice had been used for me and against me so many times that I was afraid nobody would recognize it now if I spoke freely. What if they called me crazy, like we just discussed? What if they said I was lying? What if I said the wrong thing and it all went sideways? I had written so many versions of this statement. I tried a million ways to get it right, to say what I needed to say. But now, in the moment, I was so nervous. And then, through the fear, I remembered that there were still things I could hold on to. My desire for people to understand what I had been through. My faith that all of this could change. My belief that I had a right to experience joy. And my knowledge that I deserved freedom. This sense, deeply felt and profound, that the woman in me was still strong enough to fight for what was right. I looked up at Sam, who was seated on the couch next to me. He squeezed my hand. And so, for the first time in what felt like forever, I began to tell my story. I said to the judge, I've lied and told the whole world that I am okay and I'm happy. It's a lie. I thought that maybe if I just said that enough, maybe I might become happy because I've been in denial. But now I'm telling you the truth, okay? I'm not happy. I can't sleep. I'm so angry, it's insane. And I'm depressed. I cry every day. I went on to say, and see, I think this is a good example of that, court Arid. She said, "What if they call me crazy?" Clearly, crazy's been used against her. But then in her intentionally prepared speech, she said, "I'm so angry, it's insane." So she's reappropriating that word. She's using the word insane to describe a way that she's feeling, but she's doing it. So it's different, because it's been used against her. Welcome to Memberships, Emily. I went on to say, I don't even drink alcohol. I should drink alcohol considering what they put my heart through. I said, I wish I could just stay with you on the phone forever. Because when I get off the phone with you, all of a sudden, all I hear are these no's. And then all of a sudden, I feel ganged up on and I feel bullied and I feel left out and alone. And I am tired of feeling alone. I deserve to have the same rights as anybody does by having a child, a family, any of those things, and more so. And that's all I wanted to say to you. And thank you so much for letting me speak to you today. And again, I wish Britney would have put in here how she tried to say all this stuff 2 years ago. And that's not in this book so far. Maybe it's coming up. But I think it's very important for her story that she tried to get the government to give a shit. And they didn't. The same judge. The same judge. So why is that not in this book? It was something she focused on a lot in her speech. She said it a lot. I tried to do this 2 years ago. I don't want to be evaluated. Thanks so much, Romeo. Thanks so much for your brilliant and exhaustive coverage of all things Britney. I'm from Macomb, Mississippi. Isn't that where Britney was born? No one around here will speak on it. It's weird. Maybe they don't know. Thank you for the super chat. And so, exactly. If there's no hope for Britney, what about the rest of it? Exactly. Just trying to find my spot here. I barely breathed. It was my first chance. Yes, she did. It was like she was just spitfiring fast. It was almost like, and this is just speculation, conjecture, but it's almost like she's just so used to not being able to get her words out that she was just, when you're around people who just aren't used to being able to speak freely and they're and then and it's like, because if they even if they just take one breath during the silence of the breath, they're getting interrupted and they're not going to be able to finish their thought. I also think it's like a neurodivergent thing, like a ADHD or, whatever. I mean, what are any of these things anyway, but clusters of symptoms. But I think it's pretty common because, we kind of lose our train of thought. So it's like, you interrupt us, we might not get back on track ever. I mean, if you watch a lot of my lives, you'll see that is how it works. Okay. I barely breathed. It was the first chance I had gotten to speak publicly in so long, and a million things had come pouring out. I waited to hear how the judge would respond. I hoped I would get some indication of where her head was at. And I think she even asked her that. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She sounded nervous. Yeah. And she said she was. Sounds like my dad. Oops. Just let us get it out, just let us get it all out. She says, the judge said, quote, "I just want to tell you that I'm certainly sensitive to everything you've just said and how you're feeling," she said. "I know it took a lot of courage for you to say everything you have said today. And I want to let you know that the court does appreciate your coming on the line and sharing how you're feeling." Even though she did it 2 years ago and you didn't do shit about it. She already did it 2 years ago. So are you sensitive to it? You still didn't let her out of the conservatorship on this day. You took 3 or 4 months to do it. What was it, June? 5 more months. 5 months later before she was let out. So were you really sensitive to it? Did you really appreciate it? No, I don't think so. That made me feel some sense of relief, like I'd finally been listened to after 13 years. I've always worked so hard. I put up with being held down for a long time. But when my family put me in that facility, they took it too far. I was treated like a criminal. They made me think I deserved that. They made me forget my self-worth and my value. Of all the things they did, I will say the worst was to make me question my faith. I never had strict ideas about religion. Well, look, it's another thing me and Brittany got in common, our family making us question the faith. I don't want to make it seem like my family was like this. This is not how my family was. This is next level. This is torture from all of them. I never had strict ideas about religion. I just knew there was something bigger than me. Exactly. Under their control, I stopped believing in God for a while. I didn't read this part, but it's interesting from like what I just said a few minutes ago. We were having our spiritual awakening at the same time, Brittany. Actually, this was about a year after mine. Under their control, I stopped believing in God for a while. But then when it came time to end the conservatorship, I realized one thing. You can't, with a woman who knows how to pray, really pray. All I did was pray. Thanks so much for the super chat. Thanks for all your amazing coverage, BJ. I have been catching up on all your videos. Thank you, Emily. And you're welcome. Thought I was alone on what? See, I'm good at impressions. Agnostic instead of you never know. Exactly. You keep it open, girl. But I'm not the type of person telling people what to believe. If somebody's like, I'm an atheist, there's no God, I'm like, maybe, girl. Who knows? Because I've also thought that before. And the last damn thing I wanted is somebody try to argue with me about it. You got to let people be on their own journey, you know? Okay, chapter 48. This your favorite line? Hollywood still controls all celebrities. I can't imagine what wasn't said in this book. Oh, yeah, exactly, Christina. This speech was a year ago. I can't remember. Still watching the last video. I just wanted to jump back and say, wow, I can't believe the actual level of control. Exactly, Rain. Welcome to memberships, Angel. Smart people are good at impression. I've been good at impressions. Oh, is that another neurodivergent thing? That would make sense. Can we talk about the real hero here? Who's the person who called the Britney podcast and revealed everything when no one knew anything? Yes. Who is that? Who is that? They said they were paralegal. Love the impression. Prayer is how she manifests. Exactly. Alien time. Yes. Okay. Chapter 48. I think this is the second to last one. I had been lied to for the past 13 years. I don't like this. Let's look like that. I had been lied to for the past 13 years. The whole world knew I needed a new lawyer, and finally I realized the same thing. It was time to take back control of my life. Excuse me, my own life. I reached out on social media. I reached out to my social media team and to my friend Cade for help finding one. This is when I got Matthew Rosengart on board, and he was amazing. A prominent former federal prosecutor with a major law firm. He had a number of famous clients like Steven Spielberg and Keanu Reeves, and a lot of experience with high profile, challenging cases. We spoke several times on the phone and then met in early July in my pool house. Once Matthew was in my corner, I felt that I was getting closer to the end. Something had to happen. It couldn't stay at a standstill. But of course, because it was the legal system, we had to do a lot of waiting and strategizing. Reading y'all's comments. Can we get the little alien man on a hoodie? That'd be funny. I don't know. Maybe like trademarked or copyrighted or something. It's just like a stuffed animal from Amazon that I have and I took a picture of and made it into an icon. But that would be a cute merch. Thanks so much, that Surprise Witness fan, for the super sticker. Little star, cute. So Brittany has a house for the pool. Yeah, she got a pool house. Can I explain how she could suddenly choose her own lawyer? I forgot. Yeah, I can explain it. The media. Documentaries were being made. The public was asking, why can't she choose her own lawyer? I was out here going, do y'all know that Britney was denied her Sixth Amendment right to choose her own counsel? She had hired Adam Streisand, and this fool, Sam Ingham, was imposed on her, even though she didn't pick him. I mean, people were saying that, like thousands of people were seeing videos of me say that. People were also saying it themselves. So this is why I said, Violet, I don't know how long you've been around my channel, but this is one of the things I say all the time. The only tool we have to fight against tyranny and corruption is transparency. Period. That's it. There should be cameras in every courtroom in the United States of America, and they should be live streaming 100% of the time. That is the explanation for how she could suddenly choose her own lawyer. That's how. The public was asking why in the hell this woman can make hundreds of millions of dollars in the last 13 years, dancing on stage, cooking food, doing all this stuff, and she was denied her right to counsel, which is a constitutional right. That's how she could suddenly choose her own lawyer. Now, is Matthew Rosengart some type of plant that she did choose? Maybe. Was she offered like 3 lawyers, all of whom were team con plants, and she chose one? And yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, that's possible. But the reason she was all of a sudden allowed to choose her own lawyer in court when before she was not allowed to was because of the transparency that the Free Britney movement had created. We spoke several times on the phone, met in early July. Once he was in my corner, I felt like it was getting closer to the end. Something had to happen. It couldn't be at a standstill. But of course, because it was the legal system, we had to do a lot of waiting and strategizing. He was appalled that I had been denied my own lawyer for so long. He said even vicious criminals get to pick their own lawyers, and he said he hated bullying. I was glad because I saw my father and Lou and Robin as bullies, and I wanted them out of my life. This is kind of how my lawyer is as well. I think him and Matt Rosengart came from the same lawyer factory because he's like kind of reserved, very professional, but he hates a bully. Oh, he hates it. He's like very concerned about justice. I don't know if Matthew Rosengart is. I mean, jury's out on him. I think he's dropped the ball big time by not prosecuting these statute of limitations cases, the ones that have expired. But Matthew said he would go to court and file a motion to remove my dad as conservator first. And then after that, it would be easier to try to terminate the entire conservatorship. Just a few weeks later, on July 26th, he filed to eliminate my father from that role. After a big court hearing on September 29th, my father was suspended as my conservator. It was all over the news before Matthew could even call me after court. I felt relief sweep over me. The man who had scared me as a child and ruled over me as an adult, who had done more than anyone to undermine my self-confidence, was no longer in control of my life. At that point, with my father eliminated, Matthew told me we had momentum, and he petitioned for the end of the conservatorship altogether. I was at a resort in Tahiti in November when Matthew called me with the news that I was no longer under a conservatorship. He told me when I left for the trip that one day soon I would be able to wake up for the first time in 13 years a free woman. And that was one of his talking points in the press. Still, I couldn't believe it when he called me as soon as he came out of the court hearing and told me it was done. I was free. Even though it was his strategy that had gotten us the victory, he told me that I deserved the credit for what had happened. He said that by giving my testimony, I had freed myself and probably also helped other people in unfair conservatorships. After having my father take credit for everything I did for so long, it meant everything to have this man tell me that I made the difference in my own life. And now, finally, it was my own life. Being controlled made me so angry on behalf of anyone who doesn't have the right to determine their own fate. I'm just grateful, honestly, for each day. I'm not here to be a victim, I said on Instagram after the conservatorship was terminated. I lived with victims my whole life as a child, and that's why I got out of my house and worked for 20 years and worked my ass off. Hopefully, my story will make an impact and make some changes in the corrupt system. In the months since that phone call, I have been trying to rebuild my life day by day. I'm trying to learn how to take care of myself and to have some fun too. On vacation in Cancun, I got to do something I loved years earlier: jet skiing. The last time I had jet skied before that, had been in Miami with the boys when I went too fast because I was trying to keep up with them. Those kids are borderline dangerous on a jet ski. They go extremely fast and do jumps. Riding over the waves after them, I was hitting hard, boom, 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 and falling down, wiping out, and hurting my arm. Not wanting to repeat the experience, in May 2022, I got my assistant to drive me instead. I think at that time that was Vicky T. It's way better when someone drives you, I found. This time, I could feel the power of the engine. I could enjoy being out on the clear blue water, and I could go exactly the speed I wanted to go. That's the kind of thing I'm doing now. Trying to have fun and just trying to be kind to myself, to take things at my own pace. For the first time in a long time, allowing myself to trust again. Every day, I put music on. When I walk around in my house singing, I feel completely free, completely at ease, completely happy. Whether I sound perfect or not, I don't even care. Singing makes me feel confident and strong, the same way exercise does or prayer. Remember, your tongue is your sword. Anything that gets your heart rate up is good. Music is that, plus a connection to God. And that's where my heart is. When I had full time access to a studio in Malibu, I loved going there regularly. One day, I created 6 songs. Music is at its purest for me when I'm doing it for myself, not for y'all. Y'all being Team Con. Um, where is my spot? Okay. I thought I might get a studio again someday and just play around, but for some time I hadn't been thinking about recording. I changed my mind about that when I got invited to record a song with an artist that I have admired my entire life, Sir Elton John. He's one of my all time favorite performers. I met him at an Oscars party about a decade ago and we got along so well. And now, here he was, reaching out with the sweetest video message, asking if I would be interested in collaborating on one of his most iconic songs, Hold Me Closer. And it would be modernized duet version of his hit Tiny Dancer with bits of a couple other of his songs too. I was so honored. Like me, Elton John has been through so much, so publicly. It's given him incredible compassion. What a beautiful man on all levels. To make the collaboration even more meaningful, as a child, I listened to Tiny Dancer in the car in Louisiana as I rode to and from my dance and gymnastics classes. I wasn't a huge fan of the song, but if this is really Britney's opinion on it, I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm happy. I'm glad. No mention of Project Rose just yet. Nope. Mm-mm. I mean, it has a rose on it, but apparently not everybody's has a rose. So that's what I'm curious about. Somebody had said they have the Italian version, there's no rose. So maybe it's different languages, only the English has the rose. Sir Elton was kind and made me feel so comfortable. Once we'd worked out a date to record the song, I headed over to the producer's home. Oh, I headed over to the producer's home studio in Beverly Hills. The studio was in the basement of the house. I'd never seen a setup like it. It was completely open studio with guitars, pianos, soundboards, and music equipment all set out. I was nervous because it would be the first time the world had heard my singing voice on something new in 6 years, but I believed in the song and in myself, so I went for it. I stood in front of the microphone, sped up the tempo, and began to sing. After a few hours, we were done. I had recorded a duet with one of my favorite artists. Okay. I had recorded a duet with one of my favorite artists on one of my favorite songs. I was excited, anxious, and emotional in the weeks leading up to the release. Okay, I appreciate she's talking about this song, but it honestly kind of feels more like an ad for the song, and I'm just wondering why she didn't talk about Original Doll like this. You know what I mean? Before the conservatorship, I would go on stage and everyone would look to me for the signal that it was time to start the show. I would hold up my index finger to say, let's go. Under the conservatorship, I always had to wait for everyone else. I was told, we'll let you know when we're ready. I didn't feel like they treated me as if I had any value. I hated it. I had been taught through the conservatorship to feel almost too fragile, too scared. Yeah, like a learned helplessness. That's the price I paid under the conservatorship. They took a lot of my womanhood, my sword, my core, my voice, the ability to say, bleep you. And I know that sounds bad, but there is something crucial about this. Don't underestimate your power. To take someone's voice with use of the legal system, in particular at Stanley Moss Courthouse, is a violation. It's a violation. You're a thief. You're stealing. It's stealing. It's taking. And the karma for that is not going to forget. The slate ain't been wiped clean and the score ain't been settled. Hold Me Closer debuted on August 26, 2022. By August 27th, we were number one in 40 countries. My first number one and my longest charting single in almost 10 years, and on my own terms, fully in control. Fans said that on this track, I sounded amazing. Sharing your work with the world is terrifying, but in my experience, it is always worthwhile. Yeah, maybe it's that. Like, what? Like, maybe the ghostwriter just, I don't know, girl. I don't know. Why we have 3 pages about Hold Me Closer or whatever it's called. Pushing forward in my own music career is not my focus at the moment. So y'all leave her alone. Right now, it's time for me to try to get my spiritual life in order, to pay attention to the little things, to slow down. It's time for me to not be someone who other people want. It's time to actually find myself. As I've gotten older, I like my alone time. Being an entertainer was great, but over the last 5 years, my passion to entertain in front of a live audience has lessened. I do it for myself now. I feel God more when I'm alone. I do think that is something to that, like spiritual seeking and stuff. You do it better when it's just you alone. Oh my God, there's a bug on my wall. I have a lot of soul searching to do. Like the girl just needs some quiet time. My God. She's been surveilled for 15 years, 20 years, really. It's going to be a process. I'm already enjoying it. Change is good. Sam and I always pray together. I look up to him, his consistency with working out and being a good man. I'm reading some of y'all stuff. I look up to him, his consistency with working out, being a good man, and being healthy and taking care of me and helping me learn how we can take care of each other. He's such an inspiration, and I am grateful. The timing of the end of the conservatorship was perfect for our relationship because we were able to establish a new life together without limitations and get married. Our wedding was a beautiful celebration of how much we had been through together and how deep. Didn't she talk crap about this? Didn't she talk crap about this wedding and say like she didn't even like know who was coming and who was on the list and stuff? Yeah, the book does seem a little pro Sam. I don't know if she wrote this or not. I'm buying it and adding it to my decor. Yes. um our wedding was a beautiful celebration of how much we've been through together and how deeply we wished for each other's happiness. The day the conservatorship ended, I was left with so many emotions: shock, relief, elation, sadness, joy. I felt betrayed by my father and sadly by the rest of my family too. My sister and I should have found comfort in each other, but unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. This bug is too comfortable. As I was fighting the conservatorship and receiving a lot of press attention, she was writing a book, capitalizing off of it. She rushed out salacious stories about me, many of them hurtful and outrageous. I was really let down. Shouldn't sisters be able to confess their fear or vulnerability to each other without that later being used as evidence of instability? Yes, Brittany, they should, or whoever wrote that question. I couldn't help but feel that she wasn't aware of what I had actually been through. It appeared that she thought it had been easy for me because so much fame had come to me so young, and that she blamed me for my success and everything that came with it. Jamie Lynn clearly suffered in our family home too. She grew up a child of divorce, which I did not. It seems that she didn't get a lot of parenting, and I know it was hard to try and sing and act and make her own way in the world in the shadow of a sibling who got not only most of the family's attention, but a lot of the world's. My heart goes out to her for all those reasons. But I don't think she fully understands just how desperately poor we were before she was born. Because of the money I brought into the family, she wasn't helpless in the face of our father like my mother and I were back in the 1980s. When you have nothing, the pain gets intensified by your inability to escape. Woo! That one hits. That one hits. When you have nothing, the pain gets intensified by your inability to escape. My mom and I had to witness the ugliness and the violence without believing that there was anywhere else to go. She will always be my sister, and I love her and her beautiful family. I wish the absolute best for them. She's been through a lot, including teen pregnancy, divorce, her daughter's near fatal accident. She has spoken about the pain of growing up in my shadow. I'm working to feel more compassion than anger toward her and toward everyone who I feel has wronged me, but it's not easy. I've had dreams in which June tells me he knows he hurt my father, who then hurt me. I've had dreams where the grandfather says he knows he hurt Jamie, who then in turn hurt Britney because as a result of it. I felt his love and that he'd changed on the other side. And remember in the beginning of the book, it does say that June ended up kind of changing before he passed as well. Where is her brother in all this? I feel like, do we need to just like start Through the Storm over again and read all these books through again and compare and contrast? I hope that one day I will be able to feel better about the rest of my family too, other than just June. My anger has been manifesting itself physically, especially with migraine headaches. I know, she has a pure heart. I know, the cat getting hit by the Tesla too. She left out that trauma. Okay. My anger has been manifesting as migraines. When I get them, I don't want to go to the doctor because being sent to one doctor after another all those years gave me a phobia about them. And so I take care of things myself. When it comes to the migraines, I don't like to talk about them because I'm superstitious that if I do, they will bother me more. When I have one, I can't go into the light and I can't move. I get migraines like this too, probably every like 3 or 4 months. I stay very still in the dark. It's the ones where you can't open your eyes. It's like everything's too bright. It's like I can't even physically open them. It's my eyes water. I never had a headache in my whole life. Wait, I have to. Okay, wait. Any light makes my head throb and makes me feel like I'm going to pass out. It's that painful. Yes, I know this, girl. I've had to sleep for a day and a half. Usually my migraine will last like one full day, but like the symptoms and the after effects, it's like 3 days after it, 2 or 3 days after it, and like a day or two before it, and then the day of the migraine. I'm going to pass out. It's that painful. I had to sleep for a day and a half. Until recently, I had never had a headache in my whole life. My brother used to complain about his headaches, and I thought he was exaggerating how bad they were, and now I'm sorry I ever said anything to doubt him. Botox helps, apparently, some people. Because, like, you can't, like, squint. I do get Botox. But mine still moves a little. I got very strong forehead muscles, okay? For me, a migraine is worse than a stomach virus. At least with a bug, you can still think straight. True. Your head can help you figure out what you want to do, what movies you want to watch. But when you have a migraine, you can't do anything because your brain is gone. Migraines are just one part of the physical and emotional damage I have now that I'm out of the conservatorship. See, another thing, like it's kind of like evidence. You know, this is another way that maybe like lawyers contributed to this book or whatever, right? It's like, what are your I think Brittany probably has gotten Botox before. I'm pretty sure she's aware of Botox. Because you can have people come to your house and do that, right? Like they can wear normal clothes. I guess they don't. But yeah, I mean, maybe she don't want to. Maybe she don't want to ever even see a Botox practitioner. Your head can help you figure out what you want to do. Migraines are just part of the physical and emotional damage, right? She's laying out what damages she's had from the conservatorship. I don't think my family understands the real damage they did. For 13 years, I wasn't allowed to eat what I wanted, to drive, to spend my money how I wanted, to drink alcohol or even coffee. Freedom to do what I want to do has given me back my womanhood. In my 40s, I'm trying things for what feels like the first time. I feel like the woman in me was pushed down for so long. Now, finally, I am roaring back to life. I might actually be able to go sin in Sin City too. Um, yeah, maybe not. I mean, who knows? I mean, there's no way you can know this. No way I can know this, but it doesn't seem like she has. Yeah, no, the eating is so weird because they were trying to keep her skinny and they probably told the judge she can't be overweight because if she's overweight, then she's not going to be as profitable. And they told the judge that the conservatorship was a quote, hybrid business model, end quote. The conservator of the estate, Andrew Wallet, referred to this conservatorship during the conservatorship as a hybrid business model. And so, yeah, they were saying we have to control what she eats because she's on lithium. It's making her gain weight. And we have to restrict her calories because she's going to be big. And if she's big, I mean, we saw what happened in 2007 on the VMAs. People acted like her gaining 20 pounds or her having a normal woman's body, in particular after having been pregnant for 2 years, was somehow a sin. And the judge was like, yeah, hybrid business model. Sounds good. Yeah, for sure. Chapter 49. Britney said she did not like Botox, Lalo said. I've started to experience the riches of being an adult woman for the first time in many years. I feel like I've been underwater for so long, only rarely swimming up to the surface to gasp for air and a little food. When I regained my freedom, that was my cue to step out onto dry land. And anytime I want to take vacations, sip a cocktail, drive my car, go to a resort, or stare out at the ocean. I've been taking it day by day at a time. Oh, sorry. I've been taking it a day at a time and trying to be thankful for the little things. I'm thankful that my father is not in my life. And trying to be thankful for the little things. I'm thankful my father is not in my life. I don't have to be scared of him anymore. If I gain weight, it's a relief to know that no one is going to be there shouting at me, you need to pick it up. I get to eat chocolate again. I mean, imagine it. This perfectly normal person, perfectly normal woman, being shamed over her body weight, which is a perfectly normal body weight for a 40-something-year-old person. She's very healthy. There's no argument on whether she's healthy. She's dancing and spinning and running. I mean, cardio, definitely better than Jamie Spears, and couldn't even drink coffee, couldn't even eat chocolate. Couldn't buy a pair of Skechers. Skechers. As soon as my father was no longer around, making me eat what he wanted me to eat. I think he was like a sick, like Munchausen by proxy, like I I would like to see if Jamie Spears' grandparents or great-great-grandparents, whatever, owned a plantation, if you know what I mean. Because it's like he's got it in his blood. It's like he's trying to own somebody. Like it's like he gets something out of it. It's not normal. It's sick how much pleasure Jamie Spears derived from owning his adult daughter's body. It's very sick. Soon as he was no longer around making Britney eat whatever he wanted her to eat, she said, my body became strong and my fire came back. I had confidence and I started to like how I looked again. I love playing dress up on Instagram. I should send her a Punjabi outfit. I know a lot of people don't understand why I love taking pictures of myself naked or in new dresses. But I think if they had been photographed by other people thousands of times, prodded and posed for other people's approval, they would understand that I get a lot of joy from posing the way I feel sexy and taking my own picture, doing whatever I want with it. I was born into this world naked, and I honestly feel like the weight of the world has been on my shoulders. I wanted to see myself lighter and freer. As a baby, I had my whole life in front of me, and that's how I feel now. A blank slate. That's giving the program worked in the mental asylum too, though. I really do feel reborn. Singing as I walk around at home, just like I did as a little girl. I enjoy that feeling of the sound leaving my body and bouncing back at me. It is cool. If you have like a big house or if you're in a big house or whatever and you're singing up to the ceiling and it's bouncing and it's echoing, it like there's a sensory component to it that does feel nice. She said, I really do feel reborn. I'm finding the joy again of why I wanted to sing to begin with. I'm going to need receipts on June and wives. I don't know. Who has receipts? Somebody post them and tag us. Thank you for the super chat. Um, I don't yeah, this too. I don't know what's going on with the June and the I've heard that before though, Court Arid. I have heard that before that June sent one of his that June had sent his wife to the Metairie or where was it? Mandeville, wherever it was, that insane asylum in Louisiana. Okay, what's she saying now? The feeling I'm finding the joy again of why I wanted no, she did not mention the miscarriage, the supposed miscarriage with Sam. No, she did not. I'm finding the joy again of why I wanted to sing to begin with. That feeling is sacred for me. I do it for me and for nobody else. I keep getting asked when I'm going to put on shows again. I confess, I'm struggling with that question. I'm enjoying dancing and singing the way I used to when I was younger and not trying to do it for my family's benefit, not trying to get something, but doing it for me and for my genuine love of it. Good for her. I hope that's true. Only now do I feel like I'm getting back my trust in other people and my faith in God. I know what makes me happy and brings me joy. I try to meditate on those places and thoughts that enable me to experience it. I love beautiful places, my sons, my husband, my friends, my pets. I love my fans. For me, it's all about love, unconditional love. My gay friends were always protective of me, maybe because they knew that I was kind of innocent. Not dumb, but way too kind. And I think a lot of the gay guys around me took on a supportive role. I could even feel it on stage when they were beside me. If I thought I didn't do my best performance, I could count on my friends to realize I didn't feel great about it and say, "You did so good." And the kind of love and that kind of love means everything to me. Some of my favorite nights were when I would go out with my dancers. One time in Europe, we went to a gay club where I felt like everyone around me on the dance floor was so tall. The club played great electro dance music and I loved it. I danced until 6 o'clock in the morning and felt like it went by in 2 seconds. My heart was so alive. It was like the mystical time in Arizona. It was a spiritual experience to be with people who I could feel loved me unconditionally. With friends like that, it doesn't matter what you do or say or who you know. That's true love. I remember one time in Italy too. I went to a showcase where some drag artists were doing my songs. It was so amazing. The artists were beautiful. They were living in the moment, and I could tell they loved to perform. They had such heart and drive, and I respect that a lot. Once I was freed from the conservatorship, I got to go to the vacation places that I had missed, Maui and Cancun. I swam in the ocean, sat out in the sun, played with my new puppy, Sawyer, and took boat rides with Sam. I read a lot and wrote this book. While I was traveling, I found out, oh, here's the pregnancy. While I was traveling, I found out that I was pregnant. I wanted another baby for so many years. For a long time, Sam and I had been eager to start our own family. I feel like this is going to be emotional. Now there's two bugs. It's an infestation. It's like stink bugs. They might have got in because I had my window open. Okay, let's see. Brittany and Sam had been eager to start their own family. I have an appreciation for how stable he is. I love that he doesn't even drink. He is a gift from God. And to find out that he and I were about to have a child together made me feel giddy. I was also scared. When I was pregnant with Sean Preston and Jaden, I suffered from depression. Pregnancy this time felt the same in a lot of ways. I felt a little sick and loved food and sex. And so I wondered if the depression would return too. I did feel a little bit slower. I like to be up and with it. But my life was so much better. and I had so much support that I felt confident I could make it through. Before the end of my first trimester, I miscarried. I'd been so thrilled to be pregnant that I told the whole world, which meant I had to untell them. We posted on Instagram, it is with our deepest sadness to announce we have lost our miracle baby early in the pregnancy. This is a devastating time for any parent. Perhaps we should have waited to announce until we were further along. However, we were overly excited to share the good news. Our love for each other is our strength. We will continue trying to expand our beautiful family. We are grateful for all of your support. We kindly ask for privacy during this difficult moment. I was devastated to have lost the baby. Once again, though, I used music to help me gain insight and perspective. Every song I sing or dance, every song I sing or dance to lets me tell a different story and gives me a new way to escape. Listening to music on my phone helps me cope with the anger and sadness I face as an adult. I try not to think too much about my family. Thanks so much, Court Arad, for the super chat. I heard it too, read June, but that was just marketing for the book. Already started looking for public documents that confirm or deny the story. That would be good to know. Let us know if you find that anything out. I try not to think too much about my family these days, but I do wonder what they will think of this book. Because I was silenced for 13 years. I wonder if, when they see me speaking out, they've had the occasional thought, maybe she's right. I believe they have a guilty conscience, that they know deep down that it was very, very wrong to do to me what they did. From all those years making myself do what I was told and being treated in a certain way, I've come to see the kind of people I want to be around and what kind of people I don't. So much of the media was cruel to me, and that hasn't changed. Just because I'm out of the conservatorship, there's been a lot of speculation. Thank you, Video Forge, for the super sticker. There's been a lot of speculation about how I'm doing. I know my fans care. I'm free now. I'm just being myself and trying to heal. I finally get to do what I want when I want, and I don't take a minute of it for granted. Freedom means being goofy, silly, and having fun on social media. Freedom means taking a break from Instagram without people calling 911. That might be a push, but y'all don't need to call 911. But I see why some people were concerned. It's not like I don't understand their concern, but maybe don't call 911. Freedom, especially because those cops are not going to do nothing. Them cops over there ain't going to do nothing. Britney herself called and reported for conservatorship abuse. They did nothing. So you, a fan calling, is going to do nothing. Those cops don't care if Britney Spears lives or dies. That's a promise. Freedom means being able to make mistakes and learning from them. Period. Yes, thank God. Freedom means being able to make mistakes and learning from them. Margera Team Con. Hello. You have to let people make their mistakes. And if the learning from them includes getting arrested, then that's just that. Hello. Freedom means I don't have to perform for anybody on stage or off stage. Freedom means I get to be as beautifully imperfect as everyone else. And freedom means the ability and the right to search for joy in my own way, on my own terms. It took a long time and a lot of work for me to feel ready to tell my story. I hope it inspires people on some level and can touch hearts. Since I've been free, I've had to construct a whole different identity. I've had to say, wait a second, this is who I was. Someone passive and pleasing, a girl. And this is who I am now. Someone strong and confident, a woman. When I was a little girl, lying on the warm rocks in my neighbor's garden, I had big dreams. I felt calm and in control. I knew I could make my dreams come true. For so long, I didn't always have the power to make the world look the way I wanted it to. But in many ways, I do now. I can't change the past. But I don't have to be lonely or scared anymore. I've been through so much since I wandered the Louisiana woods as a child. I've made music, traveled all over the world, become a mother, found love and lost it and found it again. It's been a while since I truly felt present in my own life, in my own power, in my own womanhood, but I'm here now. And that's it. And then there's acknowledgement at the end, and it says, acknowledgements. If you follow me on Instagram, you thought this book was going to be written in emojis, didn't you? And she puts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rose emojis. Thank you to the team who worked so hard to help me bring my memoir to the world, including Cade Hudson, Matthew Rosengart, Kate Hoyt, my collaborators, you know who you are, and Jennifer Bergstrom, Lauren Spiegel, and everyone at Gallery Books. Thank you to my fans. You have my heart and my gratitude. Forever, this book is for you. And then there's a little picture of her. I don't know, y'all. Did Britney write the book? I hope so. I just wish the best for her, really. Just wish the best for her. You are welcome, Colette. Haven't seen you around. How you been, girl? I'm just real emotional. Y'all know that. And also, y'all, maybe it's just, she wrote like a uncut version of the book for her own self. And then it's kind of like once you put all that out there, it's like, do you really want to like be that vulnerable? Do you really want to expose all that? Maybe she even self-sanitized, it's like reliving stuff over and over. And she knows whatever is in this book is going in the headlines too. I just, the thing is, I want to find a reason to convince myself that it's her. Cause like, so much of the time, like my little conspiracy theories, end up being right. And I just want to hope for like some goodness in the world. Like it can't all be bad. Kimberly said, found out who the ghostwriter is. Is it Sam Lansky? That's what Meg said. Empty pages are sometimes left for technical printing reasons. Yeah, no, I think that's normal. I've seen that. A lot of books have empty pages. I was just showing y'all that was the end. Legally, what's going on? I mean, she's out of the conservatorship legally. They're fighting over money is really what's going on. I know. Sweet. You're funny. Sir Jacob said, you are the cool big sister I always wanted. I have an older sister, but she's just not cool. That's funny. Yeah, I know. She probably worked with the ghostwriter, but also went through a lot of editing, probably. Yeah. And like, honestly, like, I've thought about writing a memoir too, just kind of for my own self. And even if I don't publish it, right, just putting it together. And it's like, y'all, even the thought of sitting and going back through some of the stuff, like I got really sick when I was 19. I got sepsis from my appendix ruptured, got sepsis from the surgery, whatever. I was in the hospital for like 5 months on and off. And oh my God, just sitting down trying to like retell that story that happened when I was 19 years old. Oh my God, it like brings it all back up and you're just there with it again, especially highly, highly sensitive people like Britney seems to be, like I am, like a lot of y'all are, like reliving it. What happened in my video reading the book is still up. And I just finished one, right? You're in it, another one. Yeah, makes sense. Still haven't finished it. Do it for Nano Remo. Who's that? Fingers crossed, Juicy T. Yeah, no, if I would have been, like 10 or 15 years older, I don't even know if I would have survived it, is what the doctors were saying. They were like, if you were over 30 years old, you would have a hard time recovering from, like, my immune system was just so good. I was a teenager. Yes. Wait, where is it? Daniel. My my psychologist one time told me to write a book just for me, and I did it, and it's so liberating. Definitely a technique that works. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes people don't want to hear it too. Sometimes you can go through something that's so traumatizing, so bad, and you tell people and they don't even believe. They're just like, there's no way that a parent could do that to their kid. You're lying. And then now people don't believe you. So Britney has been like not believed. You can be your true self and have privacy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I was close. I was close. I had several surgeries. It was bad. Brittany and I share the same birthday. Oh, I bet y'all do have a lot in common. You were born on the same day. Yeah, it is sad. So what do y'all think? She wrote the book. She didn't write the book. Yeah, anyone going through medical trauma, also sorry. Her children are victims in all this. I agree. They've been manipulated. And I'm sure it tears, and I'm sure they're a lot like her. I'm sure they're a lot like her. That is their mother. So, I mean, she just told us in this book she's susceptible and vulnerable to manipulation from people that love her and that she loves. Um, can someone that loves you manipulate you? I mean, that's a different question. She's still such a sweet soul. I wrote a book about the time I got sued. Oh, yes, Colette, you did. Oh my God. Colette wrote a book about the time she got sued for $10 million by a stranger, and it was the most healing experience ever. My mom wrote a book and then became very embarrassed about the personal bleep details she put in the book. Friends quit talking to her and everything. Survival of a Catholic school. See, that can happen too. What milestone? Yeah. Yeah. So it seems like Court Arid thinks that this is kind of a lawsuit, like a legal strategy that maybe Britney had like some say in, but really it wasn't to get her memoir out. It was to maybe like generate a little bit of money and get people reinvigorated about it. Um, yeah, it's pretty bad. A lot of us have it. Yeah, no, you'd be surprised. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I would bet Jamie comes from a line of bleep overseers, not but like I see what you mean. Oh, June, her obituary. Oh, his June's that's interesting. That's something to look into. Court Arid. What is the human ownership history of the Jamie Spears side of the family? Thanks so much, Mosaic Maria, for the super sticker. I don't think she fully wrote it. I think it was to satisfy space to shut people up. What do you think about who? I don't know. I still don't know. I need to meditate on it. What color is my lip gloss? Yes, it is somebody tell them in the chat. It is the Charlotte Tilbury Collagen Bath Pillow Talk. I don't know if it has a number. No, it ain't showing up. Pillow Talk lip gloss. This is my favorite lip gloss. I've tried other ones. This is about my fourth one of this. I love them. You're welcome. But are we ever going to believe Britney? That is the other side of this coin. I've got words. That is the other side of the coin. Because on the one side, people are very confident Britney had nothing to do with this book. And like, let's imagine the 1% possibility she did. Can you imagine how invalidating that is for the people she wrote this book for to be like, she didn't write this, Team Cat. It's like, first sip of water in 4 hours. Thank you for the super chat. What is that? Zofia. What about her sons? Moving away? Issues with Jamie? It's a good question. I try not to talk about them too much because they're not over 18. But it's a good question. Spicy brain TM. Distraction moments. It sounds like the version of her story that Hollywood wants us to know. Is what Christina Saldana said. Since she was a child, they used those techniques on her and still can't talk about the real horrors. I don't think she can really talk about it. Either because she's choosing not to or because she's not allowed to. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. Reese Davis? Reese. Yep. that the key players were left out. Andrew Wallet, who leaked her letter, her boyfriend David Licata, who was known to stand up for her and got tricked by her dad. I believe she wrote it. I sense the Southern politeness when talking about the people who hurt her. It wasn't the shocker. I wasn't expecting a shock. It was more in here than I even was expecting. I remember the first time I ever heard BJ's voice outside Stanley. Yes, thank you. I remember the first time I ever heard BJ's voice outside Stanley Mosque saying, "I believe Britney," because I do. I think that as much as she's already okay, Brett says, I think that's as much as she's ready to put out there right now. I'm sure she's still processing a lot of it. Possibly that. Yeah, whole nother issue. They controlled her Insta. Maybe they still do. That's the other question. I feel like she wrote it. I think you just feel it. I think what I am prepared to say, like at this point right now, I reserve the right to change my mind, is that she had something to do with it. Like, she knows about it. But I don't think, for whatever reason, could be a lot of reasons, I don't think she sat down at the typewriter and typed this whole book out. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. Dina said, strange she didn't mention Sam visited and called her in rehab, only Cade. Didn't Sam petition for divorce? Maybe she didn't say anything bad about him since she was trying to save the relationship. Maybe. Or maybe she's trying to not have a crazy like court battle, because if she started saying bad stuff about Sam in this book or anywhere, he probably has like dirt on her too. So she probably doesn't want to invite that as an enemy. Yeah, no one knows anyone in a book. Maybe she'll never share more. Yeah, let's not get caught up in that. It would be gaslighting her if she really truly put her heart into it. I do think these stories somehow, a lot of them came from her. I'm not sure every story she wanted in the book ended up in the book. I'm not sure everything she said ended up in the book. I think she contributed somehow to this book. That's what I'm willing to say so far. I think Britney Spears herself in some way did contribute to this book and in some way gave some type of blessing for the book. I'm not prepared to like give any further speculation. I really need to think more about it. Much love to her though. Yes. Court Ard, thank you so much for the super chat. June's obituary doesn't mention Britney specifically. Devastating. Wonder why. She has said a lot in her songs. I mean, one of them is like the hook, the whole hook for it is "I'm a slave for you." She was trying to let y'all know. I never understood that title to that song. Can we talk about that? Why did no one find that to be alarming at the time? I'm a slave for you? Why? I mean, I'm glad Britney didn't like get canceled over that or whatever, but at the same time, why was anybody calling themselves that in a song? And it was like chart top. I don't lonely. What was that one? Lucky. She's so lucky. She's a star and she cries alone at night or whatever. She did say a lot in the songs. She's been cloned. But remember, she didn't write most of her songs. Max Martin and them. But still, somebody wrote that song for her to sing. "I'm a slave for you." Makes it even sicker. Somebody wrote that song for her to sing "I Am a Slave for You." She didn't even sing it herself. She didn't write it herself. Who wrote that song? I need to know. Written for Janet Jackson. Oh, so I guess my little conspiracy theory is wrong. It's obviously a love song. No, it's not obvious to me. No. Oh, no. Oh, no, Nikki. We're going to have to agree to disagree, baby, because it's not obvious that it's a love song. The people I love in the world, I do not believe I am their slave. Huh. Y'all got a really strange understanding of what love is. No, it's not obvious to me. No. I'm turning red at the thought of that. No, ma'am. No. If you want to believe that, agree to disagree. No. Yeah, no. So, reading that comment gave me a scalp chill. Y'all got to understand, being codependent, being a slave, that's not love. That's not love. That's not love. Love's supposed to be unconditional. You're supposed to be able to do whatever you want, and that person still loves you. That's love. You're supposed to not have to be somebody's slave. If you feel like your love equal sign slave to you, it's about 3.5 red flags, in my opinion. You need to really soul search as to why you think that. Oh, okay. It was a joke. Oh God. Girl, you know I'm autistic. Well, I don't claim that no more, but you know I am. I take stuff very literal. Found a concerning slave for you because it was like, I don't want to be someone enslaved. But was like, why not? Girl, I took it literal. It's obviously a love song, LOL. That's what you meant to me. All right. Britney did do a lot of co-writing later. It's still bizarre, even more so, really. Love is understanding with healthy boundaries. Okay, yeah. Well, she said she was joking, y'all. She was joking. Or she. I mean, maybe when you're ready to hit the bed with your stop. Pharrell Williams wrote Slave for You? She literally has chains on the album cover. Yep. Chained to the house. She's chained to the house. She says she been cloned. She been cloned. Whew. Programming us to be okay with slavery. Yeah, that's what happened. It's very weird. Love doesn't hurt. I mean, yeah. I mean, sometimes it hurts because when you love somebody and you don't want them to make the bad decision and then they do and then they're hurt and now you're hurt. I mean, it can hurt, but you got to let people have their own life and make their own decisions. What about the chains? Yeah, exactly. They're still stealing. Oh, Lord. I don't know about all that. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised by much, though. So, what about the temporary care plan? I don't know about that. I do not know about that. But if, I do think it's probably the same team of people still involved, and they probably still are using the same tactics over her. I mean, I'm sure that the tactics still work. So, she's probably not wanting to do music anymore because she knows it's just inevitable. Someone's going to end up in control, and it ain't going to be her. I do believe it was her true experience and it came from Britney, but my gut is telling me that there are really shady things going on. I kind of am in agreement with you on this one, Thomas. I wish you would have detailed really what happened in those facilities. I want a day by day invoice, but I understand why that's probably a taxing thing for her to go through. Can't wait for a Kanye book release. Love does hurt, but ain't never gonna be a slave. True. It was written by Chad. Okay, so no, it's Chad Hugo and Pharrell. I don't really know who Chad Hugo is. Pillow Talk is nourishing. Yeah, I like it. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even notice that. So I'm way far behind, but I love the moment when she's like 3 singers and my sister. She didn't say 3 singers, 4 singers, including my sister. She said 3 singers and my sister to kind of say like she ain't a singer. I agree in not discussing her kids because they're minors, but they seem like they're being held from her and brainwashed. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. And thank you, Zofia, for the super chat. It is so out there. We can't talk. Yeah, no. There's a lot of stuff I don't talk about. Her contract should be null and void. Agree. Because I don't think she entered into a lot of those contracts. It was Jamie as her conservator, I believe. I believe that is. I've seen some of these contracts. It was Jamie entering into the contract on behalf of her. You are welcome. Kanye West claimed Get Out by Jordan Peele was about him being bleeped for the bleep he married into. Please watch it. I actually have a video about this. It's my first, or maybe it's this. It's one of the first 3 videos that I put up on BJ Investigates about Kanye West, the church, the saying Get Out was about him, saying that they showed up to 5150 him with doctors. Maybe they'll write a book. True. I think Jamie is sick. I think he has lived a very unhealthy life, spiritually, physically, emotionally, mentally, and all of it. And I think he's old and he's sick. Men that don't take care of their health in Louisiana very often look and end up looking just like him. Probably without Britney's money, he might have already met a different fate. I don't know. I have no idea how, it would have gone for him. But let's just say he's had a couple of emergency procedures I'm not sure he would have been able to afford. I really don't know. Colon busting wide open. Do I think Jamie's sick or just faking it? He might also be faking it, but I think he's in poor health. I think it's clear. You can look at the man and tell he's in poor health. I actually saw a picture of him. Let me see if we pull it up. Look at this picture that came up when I Googled him. It's like, oh my God. Whatever the demon is that has him possessed has definitely possessed my dad's dad. Let me show y'all. Look at this picture I just came across of Jamie. Look at him. That's supposed to be him. I am Britney Spears. Look at that. Just take it in. Just take it in. Who else got a grandpa or something possessed by that same demon? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. They look like that. That's what they look like. Put the hand raising them. Put a rose emoji or a hand raise emoji if you got a family member with that demon. Because if you know, you know. Because if you know, you know. Because if you know, you know. I'm glad you said this, Norio, because I actually do think that was intentional. I actually do think that was intentional. It's like words have meaning, right? What separates us from apes, really? Words. We speak with words. That's what separates. Like we have words. We have words. And we have decided as human beings that words within a language have a certain meaning. Now, meaning changes. Words definitions change over the years. But I do think, glad you put this in here, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to like your argument is I'm wrong for taking the words to mean what they actually mean. And then you're saying, then Hit Me Baby One More Time is a song about couple violence. You're saying that as if it's not. I think it is. I believe it was always, this is just like, I'm a conspiracy theorist. You don't have to agree with me. But I believe Hit Me Baby One More Time was intentionally ambiguous. I think it was supposed to be riling up this sexual fantasy thing. And it's very easy, convenient to blame the Swedish songwriters, but the Swedish songwriters were writing a song in English. They were using English words. And so the literal meaning, this is autism thing too. I don't have autism no more. I decided I don't have that no more because I'm not taking diagnoses from big pharma books and stuff no more. But people with brains work like mine, we take stuff very literally, and it's because words are supposed to mean something. It's like we have a loyalty to like what the words are supposed to mean. Words mean stuff. Hit me, baby, one more time. What does it mean to tell someone to hit you? Oh, they just meant hit me up. They meant call me. No, it's on purpose. And if y'all don't see that, I'm sorry for you. It is absolutely ambiguous intentionally, in my opinion. And it's very cute and easy to blame the Swedish songwriters and say, oh, well, they just didn't know how to. No, you mean to tell me the first woman to set all these records and all this stuff, they were just letting anybody put any damn thing in her? No. Stuff goes in on purpose. Stuff goes in on purpose. It's on purpose. I believe that song was on purpose too. Thanks so much, Thiago, for the Wade Robeson. Who? What did he write? Hit Me Baby One More Time. They said it was the Swedish songwriters who didn't know that hit me meant hit me up. Can you explain the stuff you have in your background, please? It looks kind of weird. I mean, girl, there's a lot in my background. This is all Britney's books. Got a Britney prayer candle somebody gave me, a Britney picture, a bell, a rose quartz obelisk, a piñata with a mask, a nutcracker, a Legally Blonde pop Funko Pop, another rose quartz. I just like rose quartz because it's supposed to mean love. And this one is a alien to represent my true home and my true clan, because it's not on this earth. I don't belong here with y'all. I can promise you that. But I'm here. I chose to come here for whatever reason. Then I got this teddy bear with a headband on, and then I have the Thrasher magazine that is Bam Margera left here. Then I have what is that? A Sephora Coach collab eyeshadow that I've never used, but it's cute because it's a unicorn. And then I have my 100,000 subscriber thing, and then I have this pyramid I got in Mexico, the Legally Blonde VHS that I swore into the bar on, a eraser shaped like a unicorn, a sign that from Hobby Lobby that says "Pray for America." One of these things from, I guess it's like a tee, a golf tee I found on the floor. I don't know where it came from, so I took it as a sign from the mothership. And then a Mayan calendar that was made by real Mayans. And then this little rocks thing that somebody sent me, Riley. I think that's it. So not too weird. Just everyday, average, run of the mill stuff. Yeah, that's all there is. Oh, then there's back there, that thing, that gold thing. It's called a gudda, and It's carried by Lord Hanuman, who's a Hindu deity. Let me show y'all. And I don't know, it's like it represent this thing. Let me get it. Hold on. So this one's from India, and it's like made out of brass. And it's supposed to represent like having the power to lead and self-sovereignty and stuff like that. Let me show y'all. He carries it. There's a picture of him. Pray for America thing. Was it after no? I got the Pray for America thing like 2 years ago or a year ago or something. Let me show y'all. Ah, stop that. Eek. So this is Hanuman. See, he's holding it. It's just a relic. I like to just see pretty things around. He's not holding it in all of them. Yeah, it's like an older picture of him. So he's got that. And it's supposed to represent self-sovereignty, like being in control of your own damn life, autonomy. That really resonated with me. I don't know, I just like it. It makes me feel sometimes like if I'm feeling bad, I just kind of walk around with it's heavy. I like it. Okay. Anyway, jump scare. Wait, what was the jump scare? Oh, yeah, Jamie. I know. He's crazy. Yeah, Unicorn Nutcracker Jake got me that. Jake and Chase. Then over there, there's a globe. It's like a hand. Wait, I can't. It's backwards. Okay. It's a globe. It's like hand carved in there. It's like very not anatomically correct based on like maps and stuff, but I liked it. It's like antique. I like vintage like brass stuff. Then there's a little teddy bear that has a University of Pennsylvania hoodie that somebody bought me when my dad died. And then there's a picture of me as a baby and my grandpa's holding me. And then that chair over there has sentimental value to me because it was in my Philly apartment. And then this chair over here has sentimental value because my friend Tom gave it to me from his parents' house and I like his parents. Makes me feel like how other celebrities have been doing too. Long ride. This is okay. Well, I am hot and tired and my voice hurts and hungry. So this has been a fun 4.5 hours, 4 hours, 21 minutes. And I probably won't see y'all again until Monday because I'm tired. But in the meantime, thank y'all for sticking around. Thank y'all for all the super chats, the super stickers, the likes, the shares. Oh, the rug is from Amazon. So is the table with the 3 legs. Yeah. Did I miss anything else? Yeah, that was it. Thank you so much, everybody. So that's all I really had for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, Mina K. Bye.